Hello, everybody. Hello, and welcome to Foxhole Fridays with our amazing cast for The Gamblers, which is our Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign. And I have a couple of things I need to say. Well, no, I should say the other thing first. It's like phase one, hello. Phase two, the thing. I'll forget the thing. I might have already forgotten the thing. Oh, well. Yeah, I think I forgot the thing because I interrupted myself. What is up with that? I know what it is. It's ADHD. So the thing is,
Ta-da.
welcome. that's what that was.
Welcome.
Oh, I love that. Wait. That's laughing. Bippy. Like 1960s variety comedy show. Laughing. Greg knows.
I believe you.
Cord doesn't even know, but okay. It was really good. It was really good. Laughing was great. I
know what laughing is, but I mean,
I
also know what the Great Depression is.
Wow, I just feel like you just called me old. That's cool. That's cool.
No,
I like
not
how I
me.
didn't get called out on either side of that. That makes me.
I feel like Cord just implied that I was alive during the Depression and am therefore a vampire. And I feel
I don't
like
know.
Cord,
I have no perception of time past
The Great
1988.
Depression. Okay.
Yeah, right. That's true.
It was pretty great.
There is every day, and then there's the Great Depression.
I want to thank everybody for being here. This is a show that is near and dear to my heart. Now I remember what the other thing was going to be, so I'm going to just say it now so I don't forget it again.
Hurry.
Guess what? It's the penultimate episode of the season. So we have this week and then next week, and then our season is done. Which, you know, is pretty scandalous and shocking.
Gotta kill off all our characters.
Yeah. And Vulpes knows a very young Goldie Hawn was in Laugh-In, and that is true. It was good. There was goodness there. So I wanted to note that it's the penultimate episode, and when it's this kind of time period, it's normally when I make an announcement about whether or not we have been renewed for another season. And the renewal process on my channel works like this. I send out an email. Well, it's actually a direct message in Discord. It's not actually an email. Don't worry about it. I send out a message to the cast and I say, hey, cast, would you like to re-up for a new season? If everybody says no, then we don't have a new season. That's what happens. If everybody's like, wow, no, this was the worst ever. We hate playing in this show. It should burn in a nova. Then I was like, oh, okay, well, I guess we won't have another season then. And that's what happened. If you look at our chat, I was like, hey, would you like to do another season? And every single person was like, no, you're the worst. Absolutely not. Ew. That's what they said. It was all just like, ew. It's not true.
Ew, David. A bunch of pictures of ew.
We have quorum, so there will be a season 3 of the Gamblers, and it will start in September after the school year has started. Probably around the 15th, but the actual dates I'm going to hammer out with the cast. But expect season 3 of the Gamblers in September, and in between then and September, we're going to be doing some other stuff until we all get back. So I'm very excited to say that we're going to have another season because, how do I put this? There's our players are amazing and they've done some stuff. And I want to find out how that stuff is going to play out because, they've done some stuff. So that was a thing, but I should do the official thing, which is thank you for being here. I want to say it is great to have every one of you here in the audience. You being here is what helps us do what we do. And if you want to support us, number one thing you can do is watch the show either live or via Memorex on VOD over at the YouTubes. And if you're watching us on YouTube, give a like, subscribe, comment, that sort of a thing that one does. That would be lovely if you would. You can also donate tips and bits, and if you do and leave a message, we will read that out at the end. You can also be one of our Patreons, and we have Patreons over at Academic Foxhole, and all the Patreon funds go to pay for the cast and money and artists, and we just have a Void Smoker just dropped a sketch of Quint in progress that's been colored. Very exciting. And Lindy we're going to get feedback. We're going to get that in it, which means, by the way, we will definitely be able to get Quint in the season 3 credits. Who knows? Maybe even the penultimate episode. I cannot say. Oh, the ultimate episode. The final episode. The ultimate episode. We'll find out. We also have a special Patreon tier, which is $200. And that Patreon, $200 will pay for 4 cast members for 1 week. And doing so, if that's a special sponsor, you get a special shout out, a special spot in our credits. And I will make a radio ad that will play once a month to honor you. So thank you for our sponsors. We currently have 2 sponsors right now, KY Hawkeye and also Willem TW. And much thanks for your support and helping this happen. So it's so good. Thank you. Also, you can just like type in chat and then we will see you. I mean, I don't know if they will see you, but I will see you. I will not always be able to comment live, but I see you. I especially see you when you make title suggestions at the end of the show. We also have channel points, which right now are not doing what I want them to do because I haven't turned on all this stuff. But while they're chatting, I will turn on the channel points. I will be turning on at the moment, not the full suite of passengers, but our assets that you can sort of make an asset, which is like a person that they can try to recruit to be their eyes and ears in various spaces as they travel through. So that, I think, is those things. So our third thing, our most important thing, oh no, there is one other thing. I'm so sorry. I did want to read out one of the messages we got on YouTube, because YouTube folks always leave the most exciting comments about our episodes, and I like them very much.
Most exciting? Wow.
Yeah, no, I mean, they are the most exciting.
Wow.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that was not,
It's okay.
Oh, no.
Fine. We just
Wow.
need
I just didn't mean
more
to.
hours of this awkward.
Oh, no. Here I am
position you put
insulting
us in.
Twitch chat. Cord.
I didn't say it. You said it.
Oh, no.
Start a fight. Start a brawl.
Hey, Greg, walk out.
Fight,
Oh,
fight,
no.
fight, fight, fight,
Oh, no.
fight, 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 fight.
So, Rangdo made a comment. I'm just going to note this. Rangdo made a comment, which was about Terika wanting to get the jammer, which they have from episode 10, Theme and Power Plays. And the comment was this: my favorite part was Terika going full Karen on the tech security guy, asking for something he knew was impossible and getting offended when told that. From his perspective, it's like a customer demanding that he do something about the gremlins that were interfering with their machines every full moon.
Yeah.
And then, when he explained that gremlins don't exist, and if they did, he can't do anything about it, they take it as a personal insult and berate him for his idiocy. Terika might want to distance themselves from their noble background, but it's hard not to let go. And I was like, somebody's noting that noble training doesn't leave so quickly.
Yeah.
Doesn't leave so quickly. Also, one more, and it was from the last one. Rufio Roofbum noted, imagine, if you will. I know, so good. Terika and Severance in black matching trench coats and sunglasses, going to this 316 bar trying to be inconspicuous.
Oh, yeah.
But they're completely sus. Which
We're here
is
to
true.
chase a white rabbit. And we want to see how far this rabbit hole goes.
Oh,
Nothing
it will
weird.
go
Do you have any
places.
weird liquid mirrors for us to touch?
Yes. And all of you folks, no stop chatting in the Twitch channel. Okay, so I would like to have our crew introduce themselves. I had the best, most. Oh wait. Yes. Wait. I lost it. I had it almost lost. It had to do with because look, sometimes I ask questions that are really targeted towards one player in particular, but I have to camouflage it so it looks like I'm asking everybody, but really want to find out a piece of provocative information, or I want to bully a player or freak somebody out specifically, or gather incriminating evidence against one person, but I have to find the best way to camouflage that question so nobody knows that's what I'm doing. And I had the thing that I wanted, But I think I forgot the
ADD happened.
camouflage.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what happened.
And then
So
I
the
forgot
question
the
is,
camouflage.
I forgot the camouflage. That's what it was. Because I
Just
don't
the
want you to know
So
that.
Val, why are you so crazy?
Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so
Target
I forgot,
everyone.
I forgot
question
the. I
for
forgot the.
everyone. The question
Yeah,
for
sorry.
everyone is: if you're in
Val.
a room with someone who you realized is your father, but you didn't know until now, and you really don't like him, like how would you address
Right,
this?
the camouflage. Right.
Okay, so first off, you're not wrong about what was going on in my mind. You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Ooh, I got you.
You got me. You got me. It was indeed perhaps. No, I won't say that it was targeted towards Val, but maybe it was. So my question is,
Well, now we'll
so
have to
could
figure
you,
it out.
Let me figure it out. Could you say who you are, tell us who your character is, and answer this question, which is in no way specifically targeted towards Val? Um, just for the record, could you answer this question, which is, let's just choose a random piece of equipment for each person, just like a random piece of equipment. And I would like to ask you to answer just the question. Hey, Moon Raiders, welcome in, welcome in. Do you ever take off or have that piece of equipment leave your body at any time? What is how do you take care of that piece of equipment? And I'm gonna just come up with like a random piece of equipment for each person. Like I'm not gonna it's just gonna be like random, right? So let's
And I believe
just
you.
So
Yeah.
random.
yeah, like do you ever take off this piece of equipment? I'm just gonna come up with something on the fly. And then how also do you take care of this equipment? Like what's your relationship to it? And I'm gonna just start with, I don't know, I'm gonna go random. Greg, let's start with you. And I don't know. I've got to pick a piece of equipment, and I don't know what it would be. Oh, I know. Just randomly, just off the top of my head. How about your wrist
Your boots.
computer?
Oh,
Yeah,
that's way
that would
better.
be my
You're right.
just random.
Well,
Just random.
That's a good one, but I'm gonna go with my jacket. I love my jacket. And hi everybody, I'm Greg Grimjack21502. I play Dr. Valentine, Val Morrissey, surgeon extraordinaire and all around adjusted fellow.
All around
And
adjusted.
as far as the jacket, it's around a lot, but he does take it off, and occasionally he makes sure that he runs it through the dry clean cycle. So, but not enough to take the charm away. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Not necessarily a stench, I wouldn't say. I would say there's charm. And so,
yeah,
yeah, I think that's the piece of equipment I'd like to talk about.
Nothing
Yeah.
else. Thank you.
yeah. But I just want to know about your hand computer. Like, would other
that
people
old
ever
thing?
find you?
Yeah, no, it never leaves my side. Next question.
No, why would it?
But I'm just interested. How do you take care of it? Do you lovingly hold it and whisper it sweet nothings in the middle of the night?
Do you
you
play
just not
catch
really
with
think
it?
about it? Do you play catch with it?
On the
Do you
front
tell it-
yard.
In the
Go
front
fishing. Has it taught you how to shave?
I ask it if I can borrow the car. It tells me, why I shouldn't be able to have the car because I haven't
Has
earned
it
it. I
ever
didn't
left
cut the
to go get
grass.
milk and never come back?
I didn't cut the space lawn, and so it's there's a whole
Right.
bunch of shit that goes on with that. So that's boring. But the jacket is really what I'd like to focus on for the remainder of my tenure here on Pirates of Drinax.
Absolutely. And again, remember, this question was really only targeted towards Greg to torture Greg only. So let's just go. I don't know. Let's just
Nothing
go
like
with
glasses or a gem
No,
or anything
not
else that
at
might
all.
pop up.
Nope. It's not like anybody else here has stuff. But since you brought it up, Greg, it hadn't occurred to me to ask about glasses. Cord, who
I'm
are
glad I
you?
can help. I'm here to help. Right?
Thank you so much.
Who are you playing? And just since Greg brought it up, I wasn't thinking about it at all. Let's just use glasses as your piece of equipment. And does your character ever take them off? How do they take care of them? Yeah.
Right. Hi, everybody. I'm Cord. You can follow me on anything Mythematic. That's weird, right? I renamed my channel Cord because it's easier for me, but it's not now that I'm promoting myself. So good luck. Mythematic is where you could find it. Or if you want to watch my streams, it's twitch.tv/Cord. And if you want to, if you want to join the Discord, that's discord.gg/theforge. Just because. Anyway,
Okay,
I hope that's helpful.
Pause.
For all of you.
Could you just
Yeah?
write all of that and put it in our
No.
green room so that I can update your command?
Sure. All right. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah. If you're, I was going to say no, but if you're going to promote me, yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so hi everybody. I'm Cord, or the other stuff. I'm tired because today I spent the entire day learning how to shoe horses, like in real life, which is fun because I've been playing a blacksmith in my Wild RP character for years, and now I'm doing it, which is so cool. I guess you could say I'm method. Anyway, today, and let's hope it stays that way, and I'm method for that character. None of my other ones, like this one. I'm playing a, he's like a renegade clone of apparently a shitty Imperial Baron and or Duke. Anyway, some sort of Imperial noble had a bunch of clones. I'm one of them, and I'm a bit of an asshat. And you can sit back and enjoy and watch. As far as the wacky glasses on my head, they aren't Baron's, like my character Baron Severance. They're not his glasses. He doesn't wear them because they aren't his prescription. He will when he is pretending to be Marrymore, which is, if you were like, who's Marrymore? That is my character's prime clone. So when we speak of like Severance Prime or whatever, we're speaking of this guy, Marrymore. They're his glasses. How did I get them? Well, you're probably going to have to watch it, season 1. And
Murder. Go on.
What?
Murder. But it's unclear who murdered who. Go on.
Yeah, right. It's unclear. I still have no idea. I gave Trooper backstory, and I could throw it at the wall and pick up the pages and go, yes, this is how it goes. Because I don't know anymore. But it's fun to figure out for all of us. There's a lot of weird ancestral clone memories that are going a bit backwards in coolness. So there's a lot of twisting that's going on. There's some ancestral background, which I don't know if it's Baron Marrymore or me. Marrymore, the other guy, me, Severance. See, I'm getting confused now. Anyway, it doesn't matter. These glasses aren't Baron's, my characters. They were his primes. He now has them. He wears them on top of his head. And I'm glad you brought this up because I don't think I've ever needed to think about, and I like to also have long-winded answers. So you're welcome, everybody, to have all this time to think about your intros because I've got the spotlight and I'm going to keep on talking. So, and is it nervousness? Probably. But the glasses, I'm not entirely, because I never had to think about why I still carry them, right? I think he carries them as a tool to become Severance or become Marrymore when he needs to. He sort of just flips them down and it helps him sort of get into character.
Yeah.
There has been a couple of times where like they start burning his head because of wacky, weird, like magic that we're like starting to learn about, psychic magic, with like the materials it's made of, and it's wacky and fun and cool. But why didn't Severance just throw them off a cliff, right? And just be like, that was that. I don't need them. But he still does keep them for some reason. And I don't know if there's a complete answer for that. And are we going to figure out this episode? Probably, because I know how Trooper works at this point. Today's the episode where we figure it out. Maybe it won't be, but now you're going to stick around and watch. Am I lying? I don't know. Watch and we'll see. That's it.
So
Hi.
it's fair. Let's next random person, Ari. Tell me who you are, who you're playing, and just random piece of equipment.
Right.
Let's just go with the ancestral brooch that your character found on Marduk, just randomly. Do they always keep it on them or not? And how do they take care of it? You know?
So random.
I know,
Never
I know.
in a whole this whole set of intros, never would have guessed that was coming.
Yeah, because this question was targeted only towards Greg, only. And so you all can just be super relaxed.
I mean, I would have believed that till Greg like ran the bus over the rest of us with his like recommendation of ideas.
Yeah, wow.
So,
We were on your side.
Such care in this cast. This is why I want to come back for season 3. Hi, my name is Ari_Ventures. You can find me online on Instagram and Twitter and Threads now, or at my website, mymindfuladventure.com, which I should really get updated with my performances. Speaking of those, you can find me here. You can also find me live in Seattle at Unexpected Productions. Oh, I don't think that cast has been announced yet. Coming soon. There's a show that I'll be in.
Okay,
Well, I
spoilers. We know you're in a show now. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Now we know the cast includes you.
You know, one of the that's true. That's true. I'll say no more. My lips are sealed. In terms of what Terica does with that brooch, so it generally tends to stay like tucked into a pocket, or if they do pin it on, like now it's been pinned on quite a lot. And I don't know that they necessarily like if they take it off, they probably just sort of like toss it onto a table, and then later, like right before they go, like it's sort of like one of those things where like you're getting undressed, you know, you go, you're brushing your teeth, blah, 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 you're getting ready for bed, and they just sort of toss the brooch onto the table. And then I think later, after everything gets done, they probably like make sure the brooch is turned face up. I don't think that they recognize that they're doing that. I think they just sort of like, as they're passing by, they're like, oh, I'm gonna just fix this.
Interesting. I think of a follow-up question for everybody, but let's just go with our fourth player.
No follow-up questions, thank you.
Oh yeah, no, I have one. Let's go with one of my favorite dancing ursines, the Rocket Fox. Who are you? Who are you playing? And I'm gonna just pick a random piece of equipment for your character too. I don't know. How about the hilt that you have? That sort of ancestral. Again, I could have picked a lot of things, but that's just the first one that.
All right,
that
I think
came
I
to
saw
mind.
that one coming.
I am so glad I was seated for that. I would have passed out. And also I realize now I have completely picked the wrong screen name for everything. Dancing Ursine. It's I don't know
Vulpine,
what I was
I'm
thinking.
so sorry.
Vulpine.
Dancing Vulpine. Vulpine, not Ursine. Carlin got me.
Hey, you know what though? I was this ready to go with it. So but yes, hello everyone. I am Rocket Fox, your second favorite person in the world, and you can find me. Listen, you know where I am. Look me up. I'll be there. But yeah, as in terms of this fine evening, I am playing the Harlock, who does in fact have a hilt that was kind of psychically given. Again, you'd need to watch for the whole story of it, but needless to say, it's a really delightful ornate hilt. It has this gorgeous stone in it that now has perhaps 2 stone life forces that just hanging out there. So the stones have life forces anyway. They're in there. They hang out. We're all just happy to be here. And I think as far as care for it goes, I mean, she's always been trained to be very respectful of her weapons, and it, I do want to remind that she does have a gun that is very close to her. It does have her name engraved on it. So, I mean, it's like trying to replace children. So, I mean, it has to show equal care to both of them, even though one is a family heirloom and has magical properties. But she would take really good care of making sure it's always clean. And I mean, same thing that like a soldier might do with a gun cleaning every night or something. She's going to go through all of her weapons, make sure they're clean, make sure everything is, oiled if it needs to be and whatnot. And she would probably keep them pretty well on her at every moment. Because reasons. Because she doesn't trust none of y'all.
Weird. So we have one more player to just ask a random question for. So, Lindy, who are you?
Hi.
Who are you playing? And I'm gonna just pick a piece of equipment.
Sure.
Randomly. Sure.
Randomly, yeah.
Yeah, just like off the top of my head. Let me think. What would be a good one? I know. a mask, a Viridian mask. That piece of equipment, do you keep it on you at all times? And how do you take care of that Viridian mask
Oh,
made of
see,
wood and Viridian? Yeah, yeah, go
I
ahead.
would love to answer that question, but I haven't had that
Mhm.
mask for a very long time.
What?
Yeah, yeah.
How do you feel
But
about
I'll
that?
answer how I used to take care of it. But first, I have to tell you something.
Oh, yes.
Happy day, early birthday, Trooper.
Whoa!
Whoa, 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 whoa.
What?
Hold on
Someone has a birthday tomorrow.
second.
Happy
Oh.
birthday!
Happy day early birthday to you. Happy one day early birthday to you. And I'm not gonna finish it, but we know
One
that.
day early birthday. Happy one day
One
early
day early birthday. Happy one day early birthday to you.
To you.
So
That's
that's
So-
all.
I'm gonna take it because if I troll you, you're allowed to troll me. So I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take it. I
Yes.
think that's only fair.
So there you go. So yes, hi, I'm Lindy, Laugh Love Lindy. One of Trooper's friends who knows who put his birthday on the calendar. So I
Oh.
could do this to him. And wish him well wishes. You're on there too, Greg, obviously. I know
Mhm.
your birthday. It's probably on my calendar.
The
I have both of your birthdays on my calendar.
21st.
Oh no!
Oh, I'm gonna have to add chords in because he just very quietly whispered it.
No reason. No, it's my brother's birthday.
For no
Twin.
reason, no reason. Okay, so I'm Lindy, Laugh of Lindy, and I'll be playing Quint Vesper. They are between occupations, kind of at the moment. They are working. They're on the ship. They don't know that this ship is for privateering. She hasn't really told a lot, honestly. So they're just here to just figure life out a little bit because life happens. Used to be an Imperial Scout, but really was a Solomani spy posing as an Imperial Scout and used to be a member of Cirque du Solomani. A Viridian mask made out of burled green poplar and Viridian. Yeah. Beautiful,
Mhm.
beautiful mask. Finest you've ever
Mhm.
seen.
How old was that mask?
Ooh, hundreds of years old.
Mhm.
Antique, really. I haven't had it for about 4 years now because I haven't been in the Cirque in the past 4 years. It was my Cirque
Mhm.
mask as the quintessential Viridian. And while I had it for about like 6 years, I took very good care of it. I mean, it's one of it's a Terran treasure, It was an honor to have it bestowed upon me. I nurtured it, cared for it. We went through a lot of performances together, my mask and I. Very rarely did it leave Quint's sight because it was too important to not pay attention to. Because if we lost that mask, whoo, let's not talk about what would have happened. It would have been really bad. So, but I did get pulled from the Cirque, so I don't have that mask anymore. And Quint misses it. Misses a lot of things about the Cirque, but the mask is definitely one of them. Yeah.
And I'm Trooper SJP, who will be the GM for this crew of people. And we're going to start, but I did want to ask a follow-up question to everyone that is not ominous. And that question is, do you sleep with said item that I mentioned? None of which is mysterious. So I just want to know if when you had the item, or as you have the item, did you sleep with it?
I did, but I can't anymore.
Interesting.
Yes, every time.
I just wonder if when you're sleeping, is it on your person?
Yes.
No.
I don't wear my jacket sleeping.
I just need to know who our yeses are.
No, because I put it on the nightstand and then set it upright so that it's facing out. You don't wear jewelry to bed. That's not proper.
That's
Oh, you're
interesting.
going to this episode. Look what you've done.
No,
Okay, then
it's
call
just-
me.
Look what you've
just
done.
interesting. Severance, do you sleep with your glasses? I imagine you don't, but maybe you do. I don't know.
No, they're on the side table. Probably look like a
Side
prison.
table. Oh, I actually have to. So, Terica has their brooch on the table right next to them, though. So within close proximity. You're muted.
Oh shoot. I think when it gets like checked off and then they do the like, oh, need to turn it upright, somehow upright always lands on the nightstand. Like it's always
Close to
there.
them.
Yeah,
Cool.
You've got
but
the
they're
you've got the
not
creepiest
sleeping with
one.
it. They're not touching it. They're it's,
Yeah, but it's.
in case there's some kind of question about that. I saw that,
Wh-
Greg.
Hey, look, I just need to know whether or not it's on, if it's touching your physical body for no reason while you sleep, or whether or not it's within range of your
I think it's
body.
within range, but they're not touching
Mhm,
it. You
mhm.
don't sleep with jewelry. That's
No,
not
that's weird.
proper.
Yeah. Right.
Until
And
the
Severance, would you say that
I've
Nope.
never slept with jewelry before.
I don't do it every night. Ooh.
Severance, would you say that the glasses are within range of you while you are
Yeah,
sleeping?
yeah.
Yeah. Val, do you take off your wrist computer when you're sleeping?
Oh, I'm wearing that shit all the time. It is always on me, touching skin to skin. That's legit.
I'm just
Makes
noting
sense.
these things are important because sometimes you might need to know that. You know what I mean? Okay, so when last we left our crew of brave, sometimes or sometimes practical antagonists, ambitagonists, sort of antagonist fluid people.
Give me antagonists.
Yeah, just like
Thank you.
yeah,
I
antagonists.
feel represented.
They were on their ship, the Gambler, which is a grand Art Deco sort of ship from about 200 and some years ago that is quite damaged still, and needs some repair and a little bit of love. This ship is one of the only surviving grand ships from the now destroyed planet Drinax, which had a huge kingdom and empire.
All right, we're on the
planet
upswing. Right,
on
we're
the upswing.
Okay.
Right, it could be a league, a
Fully
confederate, like who knows?
destroyed.
Was it? People think
The
it's
fleet
destroyed
now.
because there's a fleet. People don't realize that there's still stuff going on there, but it is still there. And this ship is, to be very clear, a Harrier class commerce raider ship, which means it is built to raid commerce or police the spaceways. It's a kind of aggressive ship with stealth coating. I mean, police spaceways is a little bit tricky considering how much stealth is on this ship. It has like stealth coating on the hull. It has a stealth jump drive so that you can jump in and out without making it easy that people can find out that you did that, which innocent ships clearly totally need all the time. Dim antagonist, yes. Yeah, it's a very impressive ship, and they're on this ship. And this ship now, currently, because they spent about a week getting their ship prepared, has a docking clamp on it on the underside of the ship. And attached to that docking clamp is a very, very small stealth breaching drop shuttle that is used. They stole it. I'm sorry, they commandeered it. They commandeered it. It is a very expensive ship that is very high tech, about as high tech as their own ship, and it is used to drop off people secretly or attach itself secretly to other ships and then cut holes in their hull so that you can invade ships and whatever it is you're going to do, as whatever one might do. This is a very illegal ship for them to have. And it is currently attached to the bottom of their ship. I'm just pointing this out for no particular reason. And they have done amazing things in the Thebes system, and they're on their way out of the Thebes system. Their plan right now is to jump to the next system over called Number 1. That is their plan. They're about to head over there, and I said, oh, they were like, oh, we're going to start off in jump space. Not quite just yet. We're going to start off on our way to jump space. I want to have a very brief discussion about jump space in the world of Traveler. In order to jump, right? So this is about the jump space is like a pocket dimension that allows you to move huge, like an entire multiple parsecs in a week. It is technology without which these huge, large star empires could never have happened. Now, there's a limitation, generally speaking, for jumping, and that is you tend to need an anchor of a very large body in order to sort of anchor your jump, which is part of what all of your plotting, astrogation plotting and getting the jump drive to work. There's like work you have to do to make this work. So when you jump into a space, you end up being 100 diameters away from the thing you're anchoring yourself to. You cannot jump in closer, and you always end up 100 diameters away from the large body that you're jumping towards. And you can tend to you can jump anchoring on a star, like a big gas giant in that system, or you can jump anchoring yourself on the planet, the main planet of that system. And if you anchor yourself on the main planet of that system, you're a couple of hours away from usually their starport and also security that might be protecting them. Depending on how fast your ship is, it might take you 4 or 5 hours to get from that jump point into safety, which would be a place where pirates would probably try to attack you. If you're jumping into the gas giant, you are jumping away from protection and safety, and you're probably only doing that because you want to wild refuel through the gas giant, not stop off at the starport, not have a record of where you've been. That's also kind of a dangerous place because pirates might be hanging out. That's also a place where pirates hang out. Pirates tend to hang out in that 100 diameter spot. Also hanging out in the 100 diameter spot might be, for example, naval patrol. If you were in a place where that happened. Put a pin in that comment that I made. I'll come right back to it in a second. The other thing is you cannot jump if you're within that 100 diameter space. So if you are on the planet and you want to jump out, you're going to have to fly that 4 or 5 hours, 3 to 5 hours before you can jump. If you are within that, if you went in to go in like wild fuel on a gas giant, you're within that 100 diameter jump. If somebody's attacking, you want to jump out, you can't. You have to like book it out of that you have to get out of the range so that you can then actually make that jump. So there's some limitations for how close you can be before you can jump out, and how far you end up being when you jump into a space. So that's just like a general thing. Now, our antagonists, pro, anti, demi, it's unclear. Our antagonists are on their way out of the system. So they're on their way out towards that 100 diameter limit. That's where they're headed. And pantagonists, ooh, I like that. Pantagonists, ooh, I like that a lot. Pantagonists. I love it. Pantagonists. So that's the best, actually. I'm going to write that down because I love it so much. Pantagonist, that's BP Phantom. You win today. You win. Now, I need to ask our crew a couple of questions right about now. But before I ask them these questions, I just need to put on appropriate space music. Let's see. Galaxy ambiance. That's cool. Let's just do a little bit of space sounds. I like that. I think that's cool. Let's also maybe this is good. Is this good? It seems a little creepy. Great. Good and dear pantagonists, I have a question for you. As you're on the ship, making your way towards the 100 diameter jump line so that you may jump out of this place. When you came in a week ago, you ran into a naval vessel, an imperial naval vessel that was basically doing a little bit of a blockade and was searching, had you stop over, searched your ship, they did not do the best job because it turns out the head of that ship was Mary Moore's ex or current wife, who was not. They have a complicated relationship because Baron Mary Moore is a war criminal who tortured lots and lots of people, and Baron Moore's wife, and also stole Baron Mary Moore's wife's ancestral brooch. Just a lot of stuff in there. But from what you've heard, there were at least 3 of these naval ships in the system, at least 3, stationed in various 100 diameter jump point lines, like jump line points. Like the 100 from the Star, the 100 from... Because they're like, you have to jump in. We know where you're going to come in. If you come into the system, we're going to be here so we can hail you. And just check to see if you have anything illegal in or on clamped to your ship. So, and I'll also just remind you...
Clamped.
With no authority to do so. With none. No authority to do exactly what they're doing.
Right, because this is not an Imperial... We're not in the Imperium. But they are here doing their thing, because they're here to protect the spaceways,
Are we at number 1?
No, you're still in Thebes.
No, we're on our way out. We're leaving out.
You're on your way out of Thebes. So I just need to...
Okay, cool.
Oh no, I just need to ask you a question.
Yeah.
Knowing that when you came... Oh, and just reminder that those little stealth ships that had all those special forces are not jump-capable stealth ships. Those little shuttles, which means they had to be brought in some other ship. Anyhow, my question to you is, as you're heading out towards the 100 jump line, I just need to remind you about your transponder. It is currently on, of course, because it's illegal to shut down your transponder. That is not a legal thing to do. You're not supposed to do that.
I believe we have a question here from right up front.
Yeah.
Hi, long-time listener, first-time caller.
Sure.
I have so I'm just remembering our scout ship that we had access to is staying in Thebes, and the stealth ship that doesn't exist except for if you're looking at it is ours. And this is also the one with the grappling hook on it.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, good. All right, that's it. No more further questions. Thank you.
And it is currently clamped to the underside of your ship.
Thank you.
So, when you have a transponder, it can be in one of 4 modes. Yours, because it is not a military transponder, can be in one of 3 modes. The mode is active. Active transponders are constantly sending out a signal saying, hey, I'm here. Hey, I'm here. Boop, boop, this is me. Please do not run into me. You know what I mean? Like, don't... It's very... I will say that space stations...
Please don't hit me.
Yes, right? Like, yeah.
Near misses, all that happen all the time in space.
And space stations always have their transponders on active. Always. Like the space stations are always actively sending out a ping. Always. This is important because the second mode is your sort of passive transponder mode, where it does not actively send out pings, but if it is pinged, it will, if it encounters a ping, it will respond.
Yeah.
So, for example, if you're in a passive mode and you come into range of a space station, which is always in active ping mode, then the active ping will go out, it will hit your ship, and your ship will ping back and send out information. So, for example, a naval ship could be in active ping mode if it were, for example, in a blockade. So that if you were in a passive mode and you were heading out to leave the system with a very illegal stolen ship attached to your ship, for example.
Put down a transponder.
Yeah. And you were in passive. Yeah.
Yep.
And if you were in passive mode, that ping would go out from that naval ship and your ship would just say, hey, this is who we are. So they would know that you were there.
And hey, this is who the other ship is.
Yes.
If it had a transponder.
Absolutely. Right. Absolutely. And where they're from. Now, IFF you do not have access to, which is mostly for military ships. The last thing you can do is turn your transponder into covert mode, which means that if somebody sends off a ping, your ship will not respond. This is called turning off your transponder, although it's not actually turned off. It's just in covert mode, which means that people who have override codes can still get info from your ship if they know you're there, right? And people with override codes would be, for example, the Navy. But generally speaking, going into covert mode is what you do. It's illegal. You're not allowed to do it. But it is understood that if you are an innocent ship with no sort of sketchiness going on and you're going to wild refuel, you may need to turn off your transponder because there might be pirates out there. And if it's an unsafe environment, you might turn off your transponder for just like a few hours to refuel so that you do not get caught by pirates. So, it does sometimes happen that ships will turn their transponder into covert mode to be safe from
Sounds like
pirates.
something you would do after an Aslan attack.
Except that the system right now is safe.
During.
We haven't heard that.
Well,
Oh,
my question I'd like to ask you is, as you're heading towards that line, is your transponder active, passive? Do you decide to go into covert mode? I just need to know what you're doing with your transponder.
Well, I
We
feel like
have-
if we turn it to covert mode, then we should definitely become the Falcon and also turn on our. We should change what the ship looks like.
yeah.
I mean, I do feel like we don't do that enough anyway.
I agreed. Yeah, when we mirage our ship, does the transponder change too, or does that mean hacking?
The transponder does not change. What you will need to do is
That's weird. Not weird.
buy, because all your whole
We
thing
need, we
does.
need a pirate transponder.
That's what you need. You need
Yeah,
a
yeah.
pirate transponder, and they're like 1,000,000 credits, but you can
Because
get
they're
them
illegal. Right.
because they're illegal.
Yeah.
But you can't get them. Probably up at Thieves, where all the pirates hang out. You might be able to get one over in Asus if you can get access to that contact that was a friend of the Pirate Queen, right? Because you might be able to get it there. So, but
Oh,
Asus has a pretty good law level, so it's tricky. Thieve, much better. But what the hull does is that you cannot disguise the type of ship, but you can disguise what it looks like. So if your ship looks like it's like painted like this, looks like this, people be on the lookout for a Harrier class ship that looks like that. Or if you're like, oh no, look, our ship is wounded. You can see the big gash in our ship's like hull, and people look at it, they're like, oh no, it's wounded. Then maybe you're not, right? So like you can disguise yourself some. So yeah, I just want to know.
There was an excellent point in chat. Could we theoretically repurpose this from another ship?
cycle.
I see what you're saying. The answer is yes, but
Taking apart from an active car, It'd
Yes.
be like a lot of work and.
Well, to
Not
be fair, I've
discreet.
done it before, so I feel
Right.
like
Yeah.
Here-
We could do it again.
yeah.
so here's the thing. The answer is yes, but transponders are tied into the engines of the ship and are very, very secure. It's very difficult to take out a transponder. You need to be very skilled at engineering in order to do so and hacking. Not saying you can't do it. I'm saying you can, but it takes time. And remember when I mentioned that it takes about like maybe 4 hours to get from the planet to the jump line or the jump line to the planet? If you are going to pirate a ship, it will take you more than 4 or 5 hours to get that transponder out.
Right.
Which
so they can
means,
make it to the jump.
unless
Who with us in
you
it?
unless you disable their engines, right? Or disable them. That's the kind of thing that if you were going to do that, which you can totally do, you would probably want to not just do some piracy and take some of the stuff that's in their hold, but take their entire ship and then land that ship somewhere and then spend a couple of days just completely dismantling that ship. And there's a crew to worry about, you know? You'd have to figure out what you're going to do with the crew of a ship that you plan on taking and completely dismantling.
Love it.
A crew that you probably would not want to report that their ship and transponder have been stolen. You know, they're called like witnesses. So you'd have to just decide, you know.
But what witness?
What you-
No, we're not killing. No.
We'll let space do the killing.
Right.
But,
No.
We didn't. Look,
Trooper, I
we
have
didn't
two
kill them, They
questions
all
that-
just ran onto my axe and died. There's a difference. You know, it's fine. Oh my
Trooper, I have
God.
2 meta questions that I'm going to throw
Absolutely.
out because I don't know if anybody would know this, and I'm not sure if Val would know this, but I wanted to know if these were possible things. 2, for every spaceport, there's something that is essentially a high tide, where everything lines up and the jump points are closer and blah, blah, blah. And anybody that's leaving usually leaves at that time. They usually all kind of, leave the station so they can get favorable jump points and all that good stuff,
Sweet.
wasting less fuel. The other thing is, I remember this from an age-old past game that I played, if you fly close enough to another ship or put that ship between you and the ship that's pinging you, that you can get a phantom ping and they're not sure exactly who they're pinging. Is
You
that
can't-
correct? Because they would read 2 pings, but they wouldn't be able to differentiate because of the proximity whose
Yep.
ping is whose until they got them kind of moved
Love it.
away.
Right.
They
You can't see distance. You could just see that, like, there is something there. There's
Well,
2 things
so
in
here's
that
the thing.
direction.
they would
That's
get
it.
both pings though, right? They would know what the 2 ships
Right.
are. They just wouldn't know which one is which.
Right, but if we're running in like a passive ping, which is acceptable, if we were to run
Yes.
in a passive ping and somebody else were running in an active ping or something like that, there would be 2 that would be kind of not necessarily camouflaged with one another, but it would be kind of a mess. And I'm thinking more along the lines of if somebody were out there looking, they'd be like, that's a, okay, not that one. Okay, that one. It's over here, away from us, If they're going to
It'd be a little
randomly
tricky.
pick somebody.
It'd be tricky because if they're an active ping, that means you're going to be you're pinging regularly out.
Yeah, because you're close enough to the active pinger, and you ping every time you get hit with an active ping.
Yeah.
Sure, right, which I think would add to the noise is what my
Sure.
question is. There'd just be like a,
Yep.
it'd be like 2 submarines right on top of one another and a third submarine picking up 1, 2,
Both.
2, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2. Yeah,
If they pick up 2, they'd know they're 2. They may not be able to tell if that one
who's who is what I
which-
mean, right?
Yeah. But they'd say, oh, there are 2 ships, and this is where they're from, what
You
they're
still get all the
like.
data from the transponder.
They get the data, they just wouldn't know which one was who.
Well, let's take this opportunity, crew. This is what I would suggest, that we start setting up some protocols to how we leave a system. And if we can figure out when high tide is, I say we just go out, passive ping. We have an expert pilot, Wesley,
We
who can
do.
fly close to the ship and
Oh.
make sure that we are, at least scrambled a little bit. Doesn't look nefarious. Everybody's leaving at the same time. We can even camouflage if we want to, to make the ship on the bottom look like a cargo pod or something like that.
Yes, you can.
So, just kind of get into a habit of, this is the Theban maneuver, where we kind of float out with the rest of the trash. And if it works, then it's a good maneuver. And if it doesn't, I never suggested it.
I will. I'm going
Which doesn't
to.
this
I'm
I'm
going
going
you?
to- I'm going to note something, and this is important. If you use your holographic hull, you can disguise what it looks like visually. That stealth ship can look like cargo attached with a net.
Like we should
Absolutely.
always make it look like part of the ship. Yeah. Or
Yeah.
Right.
cargo.
Well, it consumes
Or
a
like an extra
lot.
cool tank. Mm.
The thing is, it consumes a lot of our
Worth-
power every time we use it. So
Gotcha.
Worth it.
I think it's important for us to have that at least leaving this system,
Yeah.
because this is where the ship was lost in the first place. But in other places, I think we can just probably like pull together some sort of story of, oh, we just saw it floating and we happen to have the clamp and put it on the bottom and like,
Mhm.
So, but I think especially for here, we should use the cover for it.
I think it's a great idea.
Yes. Now,
Where
here's the one
where
question
Sorry.
I need to ask. You have your ship is very, very stealthy, and you
Uh-huh.
have stealth jump drives, and you're just like a very stealthy ship. So the question I would like to ask you is, as you're leaving Phoebus, would you like to take your transponder into covert mode and try to stealth out, or would you like to not?
I don't
Because
think we
if
want to
you were,
draw attention.
I don't think we want to. We don't want to risk a covert because if they're out there pinging, then
Mhm.
all of a sudden we get, those exo ships that fly out. They're going to be like, oh, there was a Harrier class is acting like an
I
asshole,
think
and then that's
passive
us.
mode is
And
the
then
best.
right.
Call here. Yeah.
if you're in covert mode, they would have to pick you up on their sensors, and if they don't,
Well, like you
they won't see
suggested,
you.
though, they're a military that's in an active,
Yeah.
Mhm.
so that would
But-
definitely seem
And
like
it does look
their
more sus
odds
if they
are
do
they're
triple
actively
step.
pinging.
So if they already checked
well-
you on the way in, they might let you leave easier.
So here's the thing: if they don't see you, they're not going to pick you up, right? If you're in covert mode and they send
You have
out
to
an
explain
active
why you're in
ping,
covert mode when you get to the next
Yes, you do.
port.
yes, you do.
Or we turn on the holographic hull and we make our. If we could turn a ship to look like cargo, and we could turn our entire ship to look like an asteroid, or
No,
jettison to
It ha-
debris. What do you mean? No.
Has to be the same size as the Harrier, same
Yeah.
configuration.
Small asteroid.
It would look
That's
like
fine.
a ship-sized asteroid. It would look remarkably
no.
like a ship for an asteroid.
It looked like an asteroid painted, Harrier painted like an asteroid.
Balls.
that's exactly what it would look like. Yep.
Here's the question
fine.
though. Just remember, anything we do to the transponder, if anybody in the future looks back
Yeah.
and
Mhm.
sees what we did, they'll be like, okay, you were in covert mode here. Was that to hide the shuttle that we found as and then
Yeah.
it's a cascading line of bullshit.
Passive.
I say we
seems
pick
to
high
be-
tide, go passive and
Yeah.
run.
Okay.
Yeah, and
I think it's
have
a
the
good call.
cover on for the bottom of the ship.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think so too.
Yeah.
And worst comes to worst, we turn into a Harrier size asteroid.
Asteroid. Sure. Worst comes to
A
worst.
Harrier
And then
sized
fly
beagle.
straight at him.
What's the Mamawi Mahua? What's the Huma the that asteroid that looked like a needle that flew through our
Oh,
space?
right. Yeah.
Oumuamua, I believe it's called. And it was like an actual asteroid that
know
people were
this
like,
is
"What is this
Yes.
thing?" And it was like this weird oblong, it's like I think it was our first celestial body that we recognized that flew through our system. That this is actual, by the way. That was from a separate galaxy, which was
Yep.
super cool for everybody because they were like, "Wow, this is super alien," but we had no idea what it was. But it was definitely this oblong needle-like asteroid which we haven't seen before. I'm just saying it can work. Just saying we could.
So it wasn't actually an asteroid, is what I'm
It was, and it was us. It was Harry. It was the gambler.
That is correct.
Totally.
Yeah, it was the gambler,
So-
and Admiral Severance was the one who went. We're doing it.
Oh
We're going
my
through.
god. Oh my god.
What, I'm using titles.
So-
no title.
Title drop.
What?
If you look at your the gambler group sheet, and if you look at the spacecraft extensive, I'm pretty sure I can show our lovely audience this as well. You have the ability to allocate power to your various
Momoa.
systems.
Thank you, Stormbender. I almost called it a Jason Momoa.
But it should be called a Jason Momoa. I feel like that's,
Remember the Jason Momoa asteroid?
yeah, right. Yeah, the Jason Momoa asteroid.
Everyone remembers that
Um,
one.
And just because I just want you all, there we go. Yeah, you can see it. There it is. And if you notice, you have got the holographic hull takes up 100 power units. You have 260 available. You can turn your ship systems to half, which means dimming all the extraneous lights,
Yeah.
dimming your life support a little bit, right? If your
We
your
can't have
maneuver
flushing
drive, which,
toilets, by the way. So if we're dimming the life support, everyone, you're gonna have to just hold
Right.
it for a bit.
I'll put Sue in charge of that to make sure that they turn it back on right when we need life support
Yeah.
back.
yeah,
I'll handle that.
So-
No problem. Right after Tuesday, Taco Tuesday.
Oh my
you still don't have enough power. Now, from where you're at, you can get that power by, because your maneuver drive takes up a lot of space, you can turn off your weapons. If you turn off your weapons, then you'll have all the power you need. Or you can limit your maneuver drive from 6, which gives you all that maneuverability and speed, down to 5, and that would give you enough power to get out of the system, to get to where you need to go.
Plus, if weapons are powered down, it reads as powered down. So
Yes, it does.
that doesn't mean that we're
Oh.
trying to be active or anything like that. So
Mhm.
if they were to just do like a cursory scan of us, it would
Yeah.
read
Mhm.
as a regular trading vessel, not somebody that's flying around ready to
good.
shoot.
Yeah.
How long does it take us to power weapons back up? Because what if we jump into a place where we need them?
We have a week to do it.
You can do it while you're in jump space.
Oh, okay. Well, then in that
It's
case,
just
I'm
to
fine with
leave. Yeah,
powering
yeah.
down
Our
weapons.
our leaving configuration. Should we save a loadout for leaving?
Just
Probably,
remember
right?
it. That
Yeah,
you're like,
I'm writing
okay.
it down right now.
Okay, dope.
Sweet.
And
Down to 5
if-
for maneuverability and weapons off.
or if you take
Write
your
this
weapons
down,
off, you don't have to. You can keep your maneuverability at 6.
I would rather keep maneuverability because we don't know what we're gonna. You never know what you're gonna run into when you come out of jump space.
The Theban maneuver.
Now,
No
this is
weapons.
no weapons, holographic hull,
Exit.
half power for your basic
Even
systems.
goodbye.
What happens is, once you get to, this is what you're like when you're traveling to the jump line. Once you travel to the jump line and you're there, you turn off your maneuver drive and you turn on your jump drive. And then you have all the power you need because your jump drive takes up way less power. And you just jump into space and you can, turn back on your weapons. You can do whatever you want for however you want us to leave jump space.
And we can jump quicker, right, Trooper? Because we have it already. We have the power ready to go as opposed to having to reallocate.
Yes.
So technically, we're
Also-
like a step faster, I think.
Actually, your entire ship's can go into jump a little bit earlier. Your ship is really badass. It's made to jump a little bit earlier than other ships. You can jump just a little bit, like you can get into jump space a little bit faster just because your ship has been built that way. Like your ship is insanely badass. It's also just it's just a little damaged.
We didn't have to add that last part. We could just note how badass it is and leave it there.
High tide,
So,
passive, we run and we jump early. And if they hail us, they'd better do it within, even if we have like a 3 to 4 minute time frame, we can still jump before they would have a chance. And we could say we didn't get the message,
Mhm.
We were in the
Yeah,
calculations of jumping. Yeah.
Better to pretend like you didn't get it and then have that conversation, I say.
maybe.
We jump within moments of them hailing us, then that's a very good excuse that we were in the middle of calculations for jumps. And so that's
But
what I think. We just run to the jump line and go.
If you don't talk to them, it will be noted.
They can get fucked because this isn't their space anyway.
Yeah, they don't seem to care about that so much. You know what I mean?
Why should we?
Well, this is about you don't have an empire.
Because they can hurt us.
Wait a minute. What
Guys.
do you mean we don't have an empire?
That's
I knew
So-
that would bring Cord back.
Man.
We have to have an empire for him to be an admiral, so
Exact. Thank you. Then how am I an admiral?
not that
Neener.
not that you're an admiral. No.
No. No, that's what you said.
No.
Okay.
No.
So, as you travel out towards the 100 diameter line, just all, quiet. Passive transponder. You're moving through space. There are not a lot of ships coming in and out at the moment. Every once in a while, like at one point in time, it's gonna take about 4 hours. A ship passes coming in towards Thebes and the pings happen, right? Like their ship pings you and your ship pings back and then it's all silent. Your sensors, I suppose I should ask, do you have your sensors on active or passive? Are you?
Traditional to have them on passive, isn't it?
Yeah.
Depends.
I
Active
feel like
means
I was leaning toward active.
active means we are sending out signals to make sure you don't hit asteroids, right? Passive means you will be picking up things that are sending out signals towards you, but not actively seeking. It's like the difference between like a metal detector, which just kind of just sits there, versus like active sonar, which is sending out pings.
Do we want to be the sheep that's screaming or the one that's not?
Mhm. That is the question.
It feels uncomfortable not to.
And active makes you less stealthy
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
because you're sending out active signals.
What's the ish? What are we thinking about?
I just want to know how much of a
Your
big
sense of
bright light
system.
you are.
Oh, which of our transponder funness are we doing?
No, this is now
They all-
sensors.
Sensors.
Are
Say
you
we go
at-
passive sensors and just see if this works. Just go as quiet as
Okay.
possible.
Yeah,
and
I don't think there's a reason to
So,
have it on anything else.
as you, what we're doing right now is I'm just establishing what your mode of
That
operations
makes us
are.
nervous. Yeah.
Yes. You make your way towards the
yes.
100 line. Right? As you're heading out there. The blockade has not left. There. Out there. Pretty obvious because you have passive sensors, which means, but they have active sensors, so there they are, bright as a light. One of these patrol corvettes. And the active ping hits your ship. And you ping back because you are in passive. And your ship hits, you can hear information coming in, right? It's electronic. This is like data that comes in. It's not an actual person's voice. But what you hear is, this is the Horatio Hornblower, a patrol corvette owned by the Emperor Stefan of the Third Imperium, Port of Registry, Railgar. Sindal, I need to get that number. Give me a moment. Railgar's number is...
Perfect.
It does. It has to be perfect or I'll be sad. Sindal 2213. Captain Francisco Trejo. That pings in, right? So this is an Imperial patrol corvette. Corvette.
Mm-hmm.
And then your ship pings back. This is the Gambler, a Harrier class owned by King Oleb the 16th of Drinax, Port of Registry, Drinax, Trojan Reach 2223. Captain, the Harlock. 0 credits owed for mortgage. Mortgage holder, not applicable. Depart. Trojan Reaches 2223A, day 6, 1105. And it just goes through because they have this information here about your entire flight path. Trajectory is not given to that one little trade ship that flew by you. You just got the little short pings because they don't have the authorization to actually pull out your short logs. Just like, oh, that's where that ship's from. But it says, day 6, enter jump space. Day 12, exit jump space. Day 13, enter jump space. Day 19, exit jump space. Transponder in covert mode for 6 hours. Day 28. Day 28, dock. Trojan reaches Marduk, 2120C. Day 34, depart. Trojan reaches Marduk, 2120C. Day 34, enter jump space. Day 40, exit jump space. Day 40, dock. Trojan reach Thebes, 1919B. Day 46, disembark. Thebes, right? And so all of that sent out to this ship. Where you've gone when you were in covert mode.
No witnesses.
And that ping goes out. And you wait. As they are there, sort of in interdiction mode. You know that at any moment, they could just power up weapons and shoot you out of the sky. If they wanted to. They had cause or reason. It's unclear what they'll do. Now, as you wait, your radio gets pinged. As is standard for this moment, the radio comes up. The Gambler. This is the Horatio Hornblower. Come in.
Garlic would jump on since that's what they're marked as right now. Yes, what?
How has your time in Thebes been?
And I think she'd actually turn it off for a second, then turn to everyone else. How's it been? Have we had a good time?
The attack was unexpected, and we are
Oh.
grateful to leave.
We enjoyed the military incursion, yes. No, I mean,
Yes, well, yeah, I suppose most wouldn't enjoy that. Would turn back on. Well, all barring the attack, it was fine. But that really put a damper on things, I guess.
Do you have any news you would like to report about said attack?
It was bad.
Anything else you would like to report to the Third Imperium, your allies here in the Trojan Reaches?
We're running late, is what I'd like to report. Is there anything you need?
Have you seen anything suspicious?
Turns off the comms again. Anything suspicious?
What's he say?
tell them what they want to hear. Tell them that we've seen Aslan creeping around in every shadow. We're getting away from this Aslan-infected system.
It's awful. Turns it back on. Oh, the Aslan are everywhere. It's just, however, can you save us? Can you save us from this? And she's looking directly at Val. From this horrific attack, and our fear is just overwhelming us. Turns it off. Is that what you want?
No, that was terrible. But
turns it back on. Yes, we have to go. What? What do you want? We did see several Aslan ships leaving in some directions. Some of your ships went off afterward. I wasn't sticking around to watch because I don't do that sort of thing. I'm not somebody, turns and looks at everyone, who would enjoy a battle for any reason.
Can I get a roll?
Yes.
From the Harlock.
The roll?
However, there has been some.
Crazily, when I still have to.
There is some. I feel like we've gotten aid from the crew. I would like an aid roll. Your choice.
Yes, someone help me.
I could aid with like a piloting, just keeping the ship flying smooth and straight the whole
like
time.
casual.
This is about social things.
Yeah.
Because she's trying to,
I feel like for Tarek, the ship is social, but yes.
That's right.
It's
That's right.
fair.
The ship is absolutely social.
I'm just saying.
Maybe that's the thing I should have been questioned about at the beginning.
Yeah, fly social.
Well, I mean, anybody could roll for the gang.
Well, you're making the roll, but we had some people giving you some advice about how to.
Well, it's on
how
you, buddy.
to.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah.
What about? Well, I was gonna see who has the best on what.
Oh, well, yeah, that's obviously
I mean,
me,
I have a
but I didn't
solid
say anything.
social, but
Well, what about? What about carouse? Can anyone else carouse?
Yes, I can.
Nope, you guys are not in a party. This is gonna have to be something like.
You don't know that. You don't know how Harlock flirts.
This is gonna have to be like diplomacy, deception, persuasion, administration.
Deception.
I could do a diplomacy.
To aid.
Deception.
We'll do much better at deception than diplomacy for no reason.
Yes,
Okay,
but
excellent.
you can aid with diplomacy. You can aid that deception roll with the diplomacy.
I mean, I can aid either deception or diplomacy, whichever we feel like. I'm gonna roll diplomacy.
Whatever you have the highest, I would say roll, and then I'll roll what I'm gonna roll. And it's all gonna work out and be wonderful.
So that's a -1 that you're going to be giving to the Harlock, since you rolled a 7.
Let's
Fine.
throw one piece of luck on there.
All right, then. The Harlock, please take a +1 to your deception roll.
Thank you. Okay, I will. Thanks. Okay, here we go. This is gonna go so well. And wow, that's not my best.
Good enough.
An 8, I think.
Wait, but is it fair to ask by how good? Would I get
Alright.
if I had some look into there?
You needed an 8, is what you needed. So, yeah. Because they're not really looking so much for people leaving as they are people trying to come in, right? So they're not as
alert.
not as aggressive, right? They're not as aggressive because they're looking for people trying to smuggle goods in, theoretically.
And remind me, if it would only take 2 for me to do better than 8 enough, is it 2 or 4?
6.
6. Oh my god. No.
2 and 4. Got it.
I should have known. Okay. Because I was just, and this is for the gang, I was just wondering if I do better enough to where we really just, the ship is completely 100% convinced. If we
They're
could,
convinced.
yeah, but if they were so convinced that should we run into any other trouble on the way out, they would maybe be so
This
convinced.
is the way out.
Step in and be like, no, this is exactly who they said they were. We are vouching for them because we know.
If you could get them so convinced so they can erase our historic logs that we just sent them, that would be great.
So convinced they join our crew and decide to ride the space waves with us.
You know what? We believe you. And we're going to erase everything you just sent us. Thank
I
you so
think they're
much. This has been great.
convinced
So neat.
One more question.
I more meant just in case we run into anyone
Oh,
else.
yeah.
It gets more aggressive. They could maybe be like, no, we're good.
Mhm.
Here's the thing. They're the Imperial Navy, and you are now at the jump line, which means you now need to calculate your astrogation chart and then spin up your jump drive.
We're right
So
there already.
if somebody attacked you right here, they're going to have to get involved because
Oh,
Right.
I didn't realize how close we were. I didn't know if we were going to be.
You
if
know,
there
this
was,
is the way out.
different
This is
rows of.
no. We're there.
Yeah. You're there.
We're here.
They're convinced, and we're there. I don't think we need to
Alright.
do anything else.
Yep.
Then
Because-
just as convinced as they are to get out of our business is just with that horrific rendition of a normal person, then we'll stay with that.
Classic.
Now. At this point, since you're now there, someone has to make the astrogation check to plot the jump course to number 1.
I have done that in the past, but I'm not sure if Quint is better at that than I am.
You
and
don't
also,
want me to astrogate. I'm just gonna say
Okay.
that right now.
Trooper,
Oh,
you're
I was
also
the
still the
pilot.
Horatio Hornblower, just so you know.
Yes. I killed my astrogator. I was the pilot. Yeah.
Where,
Grab the wrong
Captain,
person.
where are you headed next? Where are you jumping
Oh.
towards?
My word! Oh,
I
these.
cringe every time he says Captain.
Cord, what'd you say?
Said I cringe every time he says Captain.
What? You said you're an admiral now. Why is this bothering you so much?
I'm Captain Next System.
And real quick, Meta, once we jump, would they will possibly be able to tell where we're going, either A, before we jump or anything like that? So I could say anything.
But
Within.
no, you could say anything, but they might be noting where you said you go and passing that along. So if you end up going somewhere different, that could be a thing they'll note, although they may not care.
We're just dropping off people in number 1 anyways. They're not asking our
Right.
ultimate
No, that's true.
destination. Yeah.
Yeah, we can always say ASUS or number 1, even though we have a destination beyond that.
Yeah,
so
just
it
say
doesn't.
number 1. Yeah. It's the next immediate stop, and we're gonna
Right.
drop people off and not stay there.
In the immediate number 1.
I see. So who's going to make that astrogation roll?
Yeah, great question.
I guess me.
I don't even know what that even looks like.
You've done so well before. It'd be terrible.
Oh,
to
good, I
do
don't
it
have
now.
it. Perfect.
I mean,
It's-
I could
Good,
roll
thanks
jack
for
of all
the- thanks for
trades, but I don't think you want me to.
I've got it, but
It's-
I think we had this conversation
I was being-
before, and yours was
I was
better.
furious about you doing a great job.
7.
You are doing
Can you read
a one,
maps? In the stars.
a 1 parsec jump, so that's a -1 for the astrogation check. But
I can spend a luck to get it to 8 if we need it.
you only need a 4. It's not hard.
Oh,
It's
well
not
done.
hard.
Yay.
You can see
However-
Makes me feel better. Should
Right
I ever
there.
need to astrogate by myself?
It's right there.
it. If you're not,
It takes time, right? So it takes you 10 minutes to sort of calculate the astrogation chart, like you plot the course. I will note that a round of combat is 6 minutes in space. So if you're wanting to sort of like escape and you cannot calculate before you get to the jump spot, and if you are wanting to escape pirates or whatever, you're gonna have to like
the Navy.
or the Navy.
Thank you.
It takes time. Just takes time to do that. Next
So
thing.
what I'm hearing is next time I should help with that astrogation check since I have
Not necessarily,
astrogation.
because
How dare you?
well, someone has to do it.
I
You
know,
could
right?
always you could always make the jump more. You could always make it more difficult to speed up your time, right? So rather than taking 1d times 10 minutes,
Right.
which is a difficulty of 4, you could make it 1d minutes, which would be a difficulty of 6. So if you're like, we need to get out of here now, you could like speed it up. But also, if you're trying to prey on people, you know you're going to get at least 1 round of combat on them before they can plot their course. You know, just like, because what's
In
good
case
for
you
the
have
goose
like a
is-
crazy laser that doesn't swing, but definitely can shoot and lance if you're aiming
Yeah.
at them.
Yeah, for example.
But if you
just
Right.
It-
For example.
like with astrogation or the piloting stuff, we can always throw luck into it to try to further increase or decrease the time that we need by
Mhm.
increasing the success. Correct,
You can
Trooper. Like if we
you can only shift time once.
right, but if like we decide to like pump it enough to get it to 10, that would give us a more favorable outcome. Correct? If it
Yes,
was
but
a
you can
4
only
plus a 6.
yeah, but you can only shift your you can only do your shifting one time rank, either up or down. So if you
Yeah.
want to make it easier. So that said, somebody now needs to be spinning up the jump drive. That's an engineer jump drive check.
I'm not doing shit. Oh, I do have drive. Oh, that's not jump drive. That's actually driving.
I have M drive.
That sounds right.
On
Oh,
engineering.
that's maneuver though, right? That's not jump.
That's maneuver, yeah.
Yeah, that's
Mhm.
just
Yeah, I have it.
flying
I had
around.
fun. I'm
Oh,
the
yeah.
driver.
You're the jumpiest of drivers.
Do you
we
have engineer?
I have
Jump
engineered
drive?
jump drive specifically, yes.
Oh, what do I have?
Well then.
Engineer. Nope.
When I
That
said
means
it's
the
me, I meant
Harlock.
it.
That means the Harlock, you should probably be at this moment, even though you're technically the captain, you might want to, while Val is plotting the course, you might want to head over to the bottom floor where all your grebes are. Head over to the jump drives and plot that and get your jump drive going.
I imagine that the Harlock is down there doing this and just like pushing the grease over like just
So, you
I'm
need to
acting
make
captain. I'm acting as captain right now. I'm
acting
the acting
captain.
captain. Thank you. Acting captain on.
You need to make your engineer jump drive roll.
and
I will
here-
note, we had a successful astrogation check, which means you'll be getting a +2 to this roll.
Thank you. Okay. Here we go.
I
That's
don't think you can
a
roll a
zero?
zero.
I think I did
Oh, it's
something
because you
wrong.
put the plus sign in there.
You
I'm
put the plus sign in.
sorry.
Type
Don't put.
yeah.
You have to re-roll. Don't put a
I-
plus in. Just put 2.
It was just a practice roll.
Would've been
I'm so
10.
sorry.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
failed at it.
You can't have a 0.
Hey.
12.
Well, what's
A
that?
little bit better. A little bit
Okay.
better.
So, and I'm just reminding because it's been a while since you jumped. I just want you to know how it is. You know,
Equivalent to throwing the dice on the floor. Whoops. Whoop. Gotta reroll.
5.
I got a
So,
0.
I'm going to tell you a couple of things as you sit there next to this patrol corvette, which is twice your size. Right? This patrol corvette is a 400-ton ship, and you are a 200-ton ship. This is a ship that is made to blow you out of the water, and it's looking at you. And it is going to take you 50 minutes to actually get the drive ready. Just like reroute power, get the drive ready so that because if you don't do this right, you could just die. You know what I mean? If you do not get the jump drive to open up this pocket dimension properly,
Right.
you could die.
Catastrophically.
Now, or you could end up who knows where. So let's talk about negatives that you would have to this roll.
Mhm.
If, first off, you have a -1 already because your ship has not a fully repaired jump drive. So that is an 11. If you have not maintained your jump drive by spending all that money you have to spend every month to maintain the ship, that would be another -1, but you have done.
which we haven't
If
done
you-
yet. Have we
No,
paid
no, you have.
anything yet? Okay, we have.
Yes, you have.
Alright.
You've paid it.
It's
You do not have a
Okay.
minus.
Okay, good. Whew. I was like,
We
wait
had a
a
whole
minute.
conversation about it where I
we
was
paid
like,
stuff yet?
"Oh, it's
Okay.
fine because I can pilot,"
Yep.
and then I forgot that the jump drive piece of piloting is the engineering jump drive, which I don't
Yeah.
have. So sorry, guys.
Now, if you had, you know how you can get unrefined fuel or refined fuel, and refined fuel is much more expensive. And if you go and you just wild refuel on a gas giant, that's unrefined fuel. If you were using unrefined fuel, you have fuel processors, so you can refine it. It's just that it takes like a day or so that you'd be sitting ducks if pirates are going to come after you or something like this. You bought refined fuel, so this is not a problem. But if you had unrefined fuel, this would be a -2 to your jump drive roll. If you were trying to jump inside the 100 diameter limit, that would be another -4. Because you're not supposed to jump within that zone. However, none of those things are true. Your difficulty is a 4, and your ship, waiting the entire hour with this patrol ship looking at you. If you had not used the holographic hull, they would have been like, what is that ship doing on the bottom of your ship? They might have some questions. But you've spent all this time with this holographic hull disguising what you look like. And after about an tense hour, your ship goes start moving, and all of a sudden, all of the darkness of space inverts, and all the stars are like points of black. All of the black are points of, or it's just like a field of white as your ship just slides into this pocket dimension. And time no longer passes, or it passes in a different rate. And all that was behind you is gone. And you are no longer seeing that naval patrol ship, who technically does not have jurisdiction in this area because this is not the Imperium, but they don't care. And your ship slides into the quietness of jump space. And you will be there an unknown amount of time. But at this moment, with your maneuver drives off, your jump drive up, a perfectly plotted course, expertly used engineering to bring you there, it is now quiet. And you hear on the comms, once that sort of telltale, right, jump drive goes on, the lights shift slightly to sort of indicate that you're in jump space. And I did not download that one sound effect. I will. I'm so sorry. I will do it. I just haven't done it yet. I will do it. But the little bong, bong, bong comes up.
This is Evan, your steward, and we have entered jump space. Passengers are now able to move about the ship. We will be serving a very fine meal in 4 hours.
Bong, 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 and it turns off. And of course, that was for your one conscious passenger, Marcel Rambeau, your latex salesman, who's the only person on the ship at the moment who is not in low berth. But now that you're in jump space, you're allowed to move about as you will. The ship is now sort of doing its own thing. Everything is fine. And let me ask you, what do you do?
Val's going to go back to his room and work, but as soon as we hit jump space, he would light a cigarette on the bridge, knowing that Tara could probably be mad at him. But he'd just light up, look out the window of where that fucking Corvette was a moment ago, and just say, fucking Imperium, and then just leave.
Quint has been pacing until we finally got into jump space, like, oh, they're right there. And it's just gonna be like, whew, yeah. Just kind of agree with Val. And just finally, like, stand still.
Tarika will definitely shoot Val a dirty look as he's like lighting up, and as he's like leaving, I think they would say, "You said you were gonna start to slow down."
I'll take this one nice and slow.
You and I both know that's not what I meant.
Now I will note.
Okay, is there any way we can maybe, I don't know, not send the entire log to the Imperium? Do you think? Probably not, right?
I
'Cause they
imagine
know
no one
their
would.
entire flight path now as the gambler, and that sort of sucks. I don't think there is.
I will
I
note,
mean,
they don't have your entire log. You went from Drinax to Torpol to Marduk. Your leaving Drinax was not put on that log. When you arrived in Torpol, you did not show up. You did not go to the high port, so it was not logged. It only logs when you go into jump space and when you exit. It doesn't log how many parsecs you went.
Yeah. Just look at the transponder data and you can see where it is. Like
Yeah,
where
it's still a lot of
Mhm.
data, that one.
It is a lot of
The
data.
other thing is too, they would have to transmit that data the same way they would transmit mail.
Oh,
only they have their
mail.
special little Imperium thing
Stop
that they
by given
use.
light. Yeah.
Right, but I mean, again, there's a priority too given to the
Yeah.
information that they delineate among their ships. So
Yeah.
unless there wasn't an incident with us, so it's in that in the
Yeah.
Horatio Hornblower has it, but the
Imperium, it's not a hive
overstepping,
mind.
But what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
I
It's
think
not a
that
hive mind. No.
it's
Yeah.
localized to the Horatio unless they decide to share it. But it doesn't seem to be a
It's the one
priority.
number
info.
one, and they'd be
Okay.
behind us at this
Mm.
point
Okay.
for number
Yep.
one to have that information that we're coming there.
All right,
Yeah.
well,
Now, I will also note, you can just think about, like, in terms of, like, your
no, never mind, Derek. I
strategy.
figured it out.
If you think about your strategy here, right? If you wild refuel, there is no record of you being in that system at all.
Right.
At all.
Just that
Unless
we
you,
entered and exited jump space.
but they don't know where.
But it
And
doesn't say what systems. Yeah.
it doesn't say
Oh,
what
cool.
system. It's now high ports, like star bases, like if you dock at a star base, they will record that you did it, and that will go onto your
shit.
transponder.
Yeah. Okay.
Unless it's a really backwater starport, which is not particularly advanced. A's and B's are always going to log it. Some C's will, some
Maybe.
C's won't, depend. To get to a D or an E, they are not going to log. They don't even have refined fuel for sale, right? So they're not going to log that you stopped there.
Good to know.
Those are the ports
So-
that everybody that owes money on their ships and can't pay it go to.
Yeah.
Yes,
That's where we
that
want to
is correct.
prioritize, I feel.
Yes, right. So if you owe
Totally
money on your
safer.
ship,
Oh, it's not safe at all.
you hang out
I'd
in
much
like
rather
D.
kill other pirates than the Imperium right now.
It's like
Right?
Mos Eisley. That's where you hang out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yes.
Hives
Absolutely.
of scum and villainy. Yeah.
Yes. Or just really poor planets with really
Yeah.
poor starports.
So what I hear is we're going to number one, then we're going to Ace and hanging out for a couple of weeks. Season 3 at Ace, and then we'll continue. to,
Now, Ace, if you notice in the map for Ace,
they don't like us.
you should note that there's a big orange circle around it.
Yeah, we can't go to Ace. We want to go to Aces because Ace is
Oh,
toxic.
You
Bad.
can go to Ace. It's just
We
that
don't wanna.
it's just that the Travelers Aid Society says maybe don't go to this planet because it might be really dangerous in
You might
terms of
die.
you might die.
Physically.
I'm
from
saying
illness,
spaceport.
injury, bad atmosphere.
Oh,
I
I'm
did a
not
whole
worried
bunch of
about
research
that.
into this because I'm a surveyor, and I was like, oh no.
That
we-
said,
We can go to number one and then jump straight to Aces though, because we
can
can do it.
jump
two
straight.
absolutely,
Yep.
absolutely.
But they're
In
going to
fact, you
record our
want to
number.
Go to number one if you want to go to Aces because you can't jump to Aces from.
I'm not going to go to Ace to go sightseeing. I'm going to Ace to wild refuel and to not log my number.
For example, so
Could
and I will just note this for your ponderance, so you can ponder
You
it.
don't want to land.
Mm,
When you went and privateered the Sisendai
you.
in Marduk,
mm.
that ship never landed on Marduk's high port. They jumped in to the gas giant to refuel, and then they jumped back out. There was never any record of them being in Marduk. And they did that on purpose because they were carrying really, really, really illegal goods, and they were avoiding any place that might have too much traffic. And when they reported that they had been robbed, they reported that they were robbed in Ogma, where they did land on the starport, right? So one of the reasons why you've not been chased down so much is because they could not really afford to explain exactly where they were and how they got there. So they sort of did a little bit of lying, obviously, because they're like, oh yeah, we got robbed at Ogma. See, there's a record of us being in Ogma and we got robbed, right? They were kind of covering their tracks. So you can always be a bit of a mindful of like, okay, they can track that you did 3 jumps, but they don't know necessarily where you came from unless you've landed in a starport that is advanced enough to actually log that onto your transponder. I will note, however, your actual transponder on the ship itself has your complete log of who your passengers are, what's in your cargo hold. It has your cargo manifest, your crew manifest, your passenger manifest. It has all of that on there, your ship's logs. They do not have access to the full suite of your data unless they come onto your ship to check, which they will do if they feel like it or they think something is weird. Like, if your short log is good enough, nothing seems too weird, just like when you left here, they're like, oh, okay, and they'll just leave you go, and everything will be fine. If there's something weird, they'll come onto your ship. It can be routine, and they'll just check your full logs, all of your paperwork. And as long as that looks fine, there's no weirdness, they will leave you be. But if there is weirdness, you know. But I will say that it took you about an hour to leave to get into jump space in case you wanted to rob people who were on their way out to jump space. That you can't just go. You know what I mean? So, but it is quiet on the bridge. And Kareen, who was at the turret spot, because there are 2 turret stations, was at one of them, goes, well, do you need me?
No, at this point, doesn't seem like it. Good to see you, though.
I'm glad you got out of whatever that was. Okay. What's this down in the engine room? I'm gonna go get some sleep, because I imagine you want me awake for the next shift.
Yes, that's probably a good idea. Although the Harlock would, she's captain. She's
She's not actually captain right now.
Oh, gosh.
We're all we're in jump space. She was in captain. She was captain registered to the Thebes High Port. Now we're in jump space. It's fair game. I think you should go get some rest. Thank you.
Oh, okay. And she sort of looks out the sort of like the port screens, so you can see like the physical thing, and she sees the boiling hydrogen that is the jump bubble, right? Just roiling with strange colors. And she sort of like notes, and she heads back to that one room that is hers. Evan comes out and goes, so I'm gonna need a place to stay because Val says that they need privacy in they're doing work.
We've got an extra room, don't we? I mean, you're the steward, right? You know. Just take the other room, silly.
Oh, thank you, Captain. And he's got his bag with him, and he sort of heads over to where Jaeger was.
Evan, it's Admiral now, by the way. Forgive me.
Oh, wait. See.
It's not.
It is.
Okay. And takes and moves his stuff into the room that did have Jaeger in it.
Well, I'm gonna go work on my leadership and yell at the mirror for a bit.
Quint, I assume you're on the other turret. You're muted.
Yes, probably. Yes.
So just for future reference, because I feel like it's. Oh, I'm also not visible right now. Just note that.
There was lots of pacing, around by the turret, and then sitting in the turret, and then getting up and pacing until we got into jump space. And now it's kind of just like, oh, thank goodness we're not gonna get boned by the Imperials today.
So one of the things that I am going to note that when you are in the moment to jump, it seems to me like we have Quint and Kareen on turrets. We have Tarika in the piloting spot. We have
Co-pilot was mentioned, but it seemed with the it would be good on turret for this time around. Yeah.
yes. It seems like we tend to have Val in the co-pilot seat for astrogation or the astrogation spot, and we have Severance up there on the bridge as well. And then we tend to have Wesley in the jump drive.
I went to my room.
If you need jump. And then sometimes the Harlock is up top and then comes down and maybe does comms from there. But, you know, you've got that. So I just get a sense of where everybody is. And at this moment, the only people on the bridge are Tarika and Quint.
What? Shocker. Glad
job
we are
on the
finally, yes, in jump space. This is preferable to sitting under the shadow of,
So it was such a, overbearing for no reason.
Always,
know.
always overbearing for no reason.
Yeah, it's
Kind
like
of
they
their
just
MO.
stand over.
Yes.
Ugh. Can't wait till we get them out of our space.
I can sympathize. Yes, Imperial. The fewer Imperials and fewer spaces, the better.
Yeah.
So, did you want to get like those drinks or
Yeah,
something?
no, that would be
Yes,
be really good. That would be. I would like that if you would. I would like that.
All right. I don't know if you have drinks on the ship, or I have a few bottles with me. If you wanted to, I've claimed the room apparently. So.
Yeah. Well, also there's. Sue was making drinks that I think I don't trust any. Well, that. Yes, I would love a drink in your room. That would
Right.
be lovely. Yes. No.
I have
good,
not
good,
unpacked.
Great. Oh, that's I understand. I also haven't unpacked. Although to be fair, I only arrived with one bag, so it sort of unpacked.
I
itself.
had a duffel in the backpack, so not much more. How long have you been flying around in this beautiful ship?
Wow. It's been a couple of months that I've had with the gambler, and she is beautiful. I mean, have you seen the stateroom? And if you have
I
a
have
chance
not.
and you're able to look at the engines at all, their ability, their capacity is phenomenal.
I really do wish to take a very long look around and walk around the ship. We could do
well,
that after the drinks. We have a couple drinks, just relax a bit after all the tension, and maybe take a walk.
Yeah, no, yeah, sure. But we can do a tour after the after. Yes, no, yeah. That would be good. That would be good.
All right. Do you want get into the room, like just rough, like kind of rummage through the backpack a bit? Do you want apple or blueberry?
Blueberry. That sounds lovely. Thank you.
Right.
Cheers.
Yeah, drink here. And it just takes a long swig, just to be like, this poor person is so nervous. And I do not know what I'm fully doing on this ship kind of energy. And it's like, maybe alcohol will help. That alcohol is sometimes the answer. So I saw your cargo hold is very nice, very spacious, lots of room. And I was wondering if I could be, if it would be all right to set up some equipment in there.
Uh-huh. Oh, there's a lot of room. I think definitely check with the Harlock.
Yes,
Also,
it's
maybe
a
talk
little
to
awkward.
Severance.
We've not been formally introduced. I've seen them, and they've seen me. We had that discussion on the Aslan ship, but I get the feeling that they are not very thrilled about my presence here on the ship. And, I mean, understandable, but if not, I should introduce myself later.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I could introduce. I mean, yeah. I don't. The thing is, they've got a sort of a tough exterior, but the reality is that they've got like a lot of emotional intelligence. You know, like
Hmm.
a great ability to just sort of like meet people where they are and help them get to a better place. I mean, I feel like even Severance has gotten a little better waiting around the Harlock. Shocking as that is.
So this is why they are the a captain of this ship.
Oh, they are the captain of the ship. But also, Severance claims to be the captain, but now he wants to be the admiral. Honestly, I think it's Severance's ego that's the captain.
Well, does really uncannily resemble like a millennial old warlord, so that could have something to do with it.
Yeah, perhaps. There's a lot there. Apparently, the warlord, or Severance, I'm not entirely clear. I think the warlord. Uh, Apparently, him and my mother had a tryst of some kind, and I was born, so that's
Oh,
fun,
congratudolences.
appropriate.
Yeah.
Yeah, it. I don't even know really what to do about that. So,
It does seem to be. Was this recently discovered, or have you known like growing up your whole life? Or
oh no, no, my entire life was something entirely different. No, I did not think it was related to a warlord who has committed atrocities.
many people are very displeased with him of many races and planets, but it happens sometimes. Shit's weird. Life's weird.
Life is very
Speaking of
weird.
weird, did you feel that on the Aslan cruiser, by the way?
Feel what? That I mean, there
There's
was
like a look on the face, like, wait a minute, did you not feel that? The all of the Viridian in the room.
oh, my brooch occasionally lights up, and sometimes I can hear Severance's thoughts, which is
That is
fun.
an interesting side effect. No, like everyone's Viridian. No, you didn't feel like your brooch, the Baron's glasses, the Harlock's dagger hilt, and then that was a little strange. You had like two sources of Viridian, and they were different sources of Viridian.
Well,
Yes,
I know his
something, and then maybe
hand.
something Terran, maybe.
Oh, I mean, I knew about his.
You didn't get the vibes of all the. Was that just me?
Uh, I I look. It's not that I don't believe you. I
No,
do believe you.
it's it could just be uh maybe because I didn't have Viridian on. That's a theory. Um, because each Viridian has like it's almost like it has a life of its own. Warmth. Yeah, you said it glows. Does it feel warm? Like almost like it has a heartbeat.
Yeah, yeah, it does.
It's a great feeling, isn't
Although
it?
there was this whole thing where, well, anyway, it's a long story, but I think somehow it's tied to like this seed of Drinax.
Huh?
Yeah, and it's connected somehow.
Your brooch specifically, or
Well, certainly connected to Severance on some level. I think his glasses.
Because not all Viridian comes from Drinax. So.
True. No. And I don't know exactly where mine comes from. I guess I assumed it has, I don't know, like it just sort of speaks to you, you know?
Exactly. Maybe not so much in words, but you get like vibes, you know?
Yeah,
Mm.
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, have you had Viridian?
Yes, I've once spent a lot of time with when I was in the Cirque, my mask had a Viridian set into it.
Oh,
It was the
how
quintessential
lovely.
Viridian, as I was one of the gemstones.
Well, there's a lot of, um, my mother wears a similar brooch to this, and she says it's Viridian. It is most certainly not.
Emerald. Most people cannot tell the difference between the two. My predecessor wore an emerald mask, and so there was confusion when I came out a little bit as to what is Viridian, and then they thought it was like a rarer form of emerald, but it's different.
It's very different. The way that it sings, the way that it connects, the way that it speaks to you
It's got life
almost.
of its own.
Yes, yes.
Mm.
I guess perhaps I've just gotten used to it. Is that weird?
I don't think so.
Hmm.
What's weird is when you get used to it and then you have to be without it. That's the kicker.
Oh, no, I can't imagine.
You don't exactly want to. It's a weird loneliness almost.
Oh, loneliness is one of the hardest feelings in the world.
I can think of a couple harder ones, but it's up there. Um, just shrugs and takes another swing. The conversation took an awkward turn. Maybe I should have kept my mouth shut a little bit. Well,
What are you thinking right now, Tarika, as you touched the
no.
brooch?
As Tarika touches the brooch, they are thinking about all of the sort of connection that exists between it, and they're thinking about that like seed of Drinax and what they're hoping for Drinax to become.
I need you to make a roll. If that's what you're
Oh.
thinking and feeling. That's what I need you to make a psionic-based roll, please.
Oh dear.
Uh-oh.
I'm scared. I'm not even the one rolling.
Let's see. What would be a good skill for this? So, you're probably gonna have to roll
I
this
have
by hand.
awareness.
No, that's not quite right. Do you have, definitely use psionic strength as your base. As for skill, I'm gonna give you some choices and you pick. And what you pick will matter, you know? In different ways.
Okay.
You could,
Cool.
yeah. You could go with animals. You could go with art. You could go with arouse. You could go with deception. You could go with diplomat. You could go with leadership. You could go with medic. Persuade.
Don't like other spam.
Recon. Actually, I'm going to say this provisionally. You could go with any skill you want at all. And if you pick one that I think is not appropriate, I will say pick again. But you can pick at this moment any skill you want, but I need to write down exactly what you pick.
Based on what Tarika is thinking about what Drinax can become and their own experience within Drinaxian nobility, this
Mhm.
feels like it's a diplomat role.
Okay. So so roll 2d6, add your psionic strength modifier and your diplomat modifier.
Oh, nope, ignore that. I tried to just
No,
click it.
no, no,
and then
that's
it-
no, that's fine.
No, that's fine.
No, that's
Okay.
that is fine.
Match your
So you
stats.
rolled a
We're gonna-
12. What is your psionic strength number?
I have 2, so I think that's a -2, right?
Yes, that should be a -2. And then what is your diplomat?
My diplomat level is 2. Why does the total have 3 on it?
Because it's probably going based off of a characteristic added to
Yeah,
it.
Yeah,
there we go.
yeah.
Yes, it's off of education there. Okay, yeah, it's 2. So they both canceled each other out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So straight
That,
12.
by the way, is a critical success.
Sweet. I think.
Would you do me a favor?
Uh-huh.
Would you roll one more d6
Okay.
because you got a critical success?
I haven't touched anyone, Trooper. I just want to make that clear.
I know. I'm just paying attention.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh no.
No, it's fine.
Okay, it's not a critical failure on top of a critical success
No.
somehow.
This is just to add. Your difficulty was 8. You made it by 4 plus 1 more.
Okay.
And I'm just going to note that number for myself. If you would, made it by 5 is a plus 2. So, unless you want to spend a luck.
Yeah, what the hell? Let's spend a luck and go to 6.
Which means you made it by 3. That's a plus 3. Well, it's a plus 3 chain bonus.
Mhm.
There's a flare.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's a good question for what, isn't it? It's a good question. I'm going to just note that plus 3.
Uh-huh.
I'm taking track of some things from now on because it's that time.
Wait. No, I don't get
You're-
to find out what that is.
No,
Oh
Not-
no.
exactly. But I will say this. You are thinking about the seat of Drinax and you are touching your brooch. And you are, as you described it to me, thinking about these things while touching it with your skin, this brooch pinned in the exact space where it needs to be as part of this long and complicated ritual that many people do not know how to place it exactly right, that sort of hits right where your heart is. And as you think, you feel and there's a whole discussion about how it sings, as you said, the way that it can sing to you. And both of you are having this discussion. And as all of these thoughts are spinning in your mind, and you are touching the brooch, and you're both having this conversation about what it means, right? To sort of be close to the Viridian, and you are thinking about Drinax, you can feel it warm up to your touch under your fingers. And as it warms, it gets a bit of a glow. And it has this sort of, you can feel the pulse of your heartbeat or its heartbeat or a heartbeat. Sometimes it's hard to tell the difference between your heartbeat and its heartbeat, really. There's a kind of closeness and there's this warmth. And you feel feelings. It's hard to say where they come from exactly. Do you know what I mean? It's hard to say where those feelings come from. But the feelings are calming, comforting. They are diplomacy is about negotiating deals, establishing peaceful contact, avoiding faux pas, how to behave in high society and with nobles. So there's a sense of peace that you feel. It's unclear if these are your feelings or the feelings of something else, but you feel a sense of peace, of warmth, of trust and safety, but you're also aware, how do I describe this? On one level, you know they're not your feelings. You also rolled very well. It's a critical success. So on one level, you know these are not your feelings, but that you also are feeling them as if they're your feelings, but you also know that they're not. But there is a kind of you feel connected to something larger, something much bigger than yourself. And that much bigger thing that you are now connected to now feels more peaceful and feels that sort of feeling that you have is not your feeling, but it is also now your feeling, right? You have felt this thing and now this thing feels this and now you feel it, right? You rolled well enough to understand the difference between yourself and the brooch or whatever the brooch is. If you had not rolled as well, maybe perhaps you would think that those were your feelings. But they also were your feelings that perhaps you gave to the brooch. Perhaps you have fed the brooch through diplomacy and kindness and care. And so perhaps those feelings that you're feeling are the feelings that you gave the brooch. So the line between you and the brooch is a little unclear in certain ways, although with that critical success, you do know the difference between you. It's just that you are connected in a way. There's a relationship between you and the brooch and something larger. You feel as if the brooch is healing you or you are healing the brooch. Again, the line between you and the brooch is sometimes a little bit unclear at this moment, but what you said about it singing is true. And that is a very good roll. You can hear and feel in some ways the song of Drinax, and Drinax, as you have given it something, returns that thing to you. A feeling of fair dealing, trust, peacefulness. It is that way because you gave it that. You fed peace. It feeds peace. You feel accepted for who you are. Yes.
Tarika's hand will linger on their brooch for another minute and then drop down, and then they will look over at Quinn with that same sort of like peace and calm. And they will say, "You are very lovely. May I kiss you?"
Quint, I don't think was expecting that. That like turnaround from Tarika has
Fair.
been the most awkward. And I think Quint just thinks for a second, holy fuck, the alcohol worked. It is just, and it will just set her own bottle down. But yes, indeed.
And I think we can draw a veil over that scene.
Because before we go to break, I need
Oh,
to
which means
just
we touch.
ask.
Oh no.
Yes, you
It's
did
true.
touch.
We do.
It is
On the
true.
lips.
Yeah, we
Tarika's
can.
hand, I think, like reaches out, brushes the hair away from Quinn's face, and like cradles their face as they kiss.
You notice that Quint has Viridian lipstick on. Ha ha.
If only.
No,
Only.
but there will be
It's
some.
actually, it's a cool shimmer. Thank you very much.
We'll have to discuss what that
I
means.
noticed Viridian
Hmm.
sunlight.
Yes, but the Harlock.
Oh no.
Before we go to break, I just have to ask you a
Sense
question.
Smooching.
I
Oh.
have an answer.
Yeah,
Now
as
back to
you were
space. It's
in your room.
in my room in space.
Hmm.
Aren't we like next door to each other?
Hey,
I think
quiet
we
down
are.
over there.
He's a very thin platform.
That's what it
Do
was.
you check out the box of chocolates that you were given?
Yes. Yeah, pretty much after messing around with the jump drives, went back to the room. Her room, where the chocolates are.
Yes. The box of chocolates, which of course is a ruse to give you information. Underneath the chocolates, right, there's that sort of, you know how like chocolates have like the little chocolates and they've got the little
With the
lining in
wrapper.
between. Yeah. The wrapper itself has information on it for you to see psionically. And it's
I think
from the
Harlock would-
librarian.
Yeah, no. I think the Harlock would take and pop one of the chocolates in her mouth and then start looking at the information pieces.
These
And it
chocolates,
says,
use them wisely.
the Harlock. I've done my initial tests comparing the genetics you gave me for severance with some of the genetics we discovered recently in deep space. The genetics have two layers to them. There is an overt layer and a covert layer. The covert layer is not something you can know unless you have a control data set with which to compare it. It's like steganography, hiding information within other information. The genetics have come back positive. This person on your ship is older than you might think. The person on your ship is over 30,000 years old. And that's where we're going to take our break. We're going to take a 10-minute break for everyone to just, stretch, get some water, take care of yourself. And when we come back, we'll find out how people deal with all of that business.
Oh my God,
Just-
is he everyone's dad?
Dun dun
Good voice.
dun.
30,000 years old. 30,000 years old,
no.
everybody.
We're
Yeah,
all
mhm.
related. Oh no.
But I don't look
Oh,
a day over
no.
29,000.
Oh,
I'm
and
not-
by the way, also not human.
Oh
Okay.
my
Oh,
goodness.
well, that's where his eyebrows went.
Yeah, going on break, everybody. Not human, 30,000 years old. All right, bye. Be back in 10. I would just like to know what Severance is doing right now. In this very moment.
I think Severance is screaming at the mirror. Oh, would you like me to go on?
Yes, please.
I think he's excuse me, I am recovering from dinner. But
Oh,
Severance, I think, is screaming at the mirror to try to up his leadership skill. That's the only way I could think about him probably doing that.
Interesting.
Or he's thinking about the last 30,000 years of his life and maybe recalling some leadership. But I don't know. I think that's what he's doing. Sort of
Really?
pacing and doing
Mhm.
like that cliche movie, like psych yourself up stuff in the mirror, but he's doing that
Mhm.
to himself.
Mm.
But it's just in different scenarios, like, let's go fight. No, let's not. We have to, let's camouflage as the stone jackal. Yes,
Mm.
of course. And don't send the transponder codes. Perfect.
Mhm.
Get in the grappling hook. Things like that.
Mm. Playing through scenarios in your mind.
Right. Overthinking, ADHD peeps, where you at? Overthinking, gang, what up? Yeah, so I think that's what he's doing.
I'm going to ask you a question later,
Okay. I'll be here.
But like in season 3, I'm going to ask you a question. Probably season 3. We'll see.
All right.
It's going to be about a choice that I'm going to ask you to make.
Now?
Well, it's going to be when you finish your first study period, is what I'm going to ask you.
When I finally finish the leadership skill.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you if you really want leadership or if you want something else, is what I'm going to ask you. That's a spoiler.
It's a great question.
That's the question I'm going to ask. Would you like leadership or would you like something else? Just note that I'm going to ask you that, but pretend like I didn't tell you that's what I'm going to ask you, but that's what I'm going to ask you. And I'm going to ask you that because of this moment. When I ask you, please note that in this moment, as you are thinking through all these different scenarios and how to sort of be a leader, if there's a grappling hook, if there's this, if there's that, all of this energy that you are spending right now, like visualizing and thinking, and based on certain comments you just said yourself right here on stream about memories, I'm just going to note that because of this moment, I'm going to ask you that question later. Just
okay. All right.
Yeah. It's now waiting for you.
Memories. Time-ish.
Yeah.
Love it.
The Harlock, what do you do?
When finding out about this information, I don't think that well, in the chat saying that Australis plays mentions would the Harlock be surprised? I don't think surprised would be the right word. There's not a lot of surprise that goes down for her, but this would be what, because Trooper stopped me with the actual information for this.
Sure.
That is far longer than pretty much any known species that we would know about, right? Like
that is correct.
Okay. It's not like there's very secretive certain race of folk who just hang out living forever.
Well, what is your education? What is your education?
That would be.
I want a skill roll.
I want to give you one.
Yes, and I want it to be based on education.
Yes, education's at 9.
Yes, so you're going to get like a +1, I think.
Okay.
But I feel like the skill should be... There are a couple of things. We're thinking about the way for you to know sort of like history. So it could be diplomacy. It could be that will give you some things. Could give you, what are your languages? You probably have a bunch of different ones. That won't be helpful.
Galactic.
Dettel, of course.
Goodness.
Science might also work.
Yeah, specialties in psionicology.
You could roll science. That could work.
Okay.
Education science.
Okay. Let's find out. That's a 7.
You need more than that. Tell me if you want to do anything about that.
Yeah, I do. I will throw some luck in there. How about, let's go with, there it is. Let me do 3.
Good. That's a good choice. So, I'm going to tell you something, but I do have to bring up you know how I'm always told that I can't have 1,000 tabs and that makes me sad? And so
I've heard something about that. My computer definitely doesn't.
I feel like the computer needs to just get good. Do you know what I mean?
Australia's Plays brings up, didn't the ancients give the Zodani their psionics? If so, psi roll.
That's why it was that's why psionicology is relevant. You know?
Got it.
So from your knowledge, right, of studying studying, your culture, your language, history. You have been around quite a lot. There was a group of aliens called, in your language, the Ichfench, Ichfench. And the Ichfench is how it's said in your language, are thought of as beings who were the first beings in the universe, it is said. And that they died about 30,000 years ago. They were a great civilization, it is thought then, that people try to find, because there are these very mysterious archaeological sites. Most people cannot find them. They're not very rare. These archaeological sites, but that seem to be, older than hardly anything. And these archaeological sites have been found all across charted space. Very rarely. Most people have never seen them. And there are scientific theories. Again, not much is known. Not much is known. There's a lot of speculation. What you would probably need to do is find a xenoarchaeologist or someone who specializes in this sort of thing to get more information. But that the Ichfench are a race. Kind of sounds like, if you would think about it from our way, like Atlantis or something like this. And that they were an ancient race of aliens that predates all life in the charted space. And that they were the ones who created all life through science, through scientific and genetic engineering and manipulation. Your schooling would say that they were the best psionicists ever, right? That they have a kind of a purity and intensity in psionics that no one has ever matched since then. And that the Zodani lineage of psionics is a marker of your closeness to the Ichfench, right? That if all of this sort of, you have heard from someone in school, someone had mentioned it in school, that the Ichfench were actually Zodani, or precursors to the Zodani. That the reason why the Zodani are in many ways more psionically inclined than everyone else is because they are closer to the Ichfench than other sort of groups. Look, I'm like, the rest of the players don't have to hear this, but between you and I, you know how the Zodani are just better at psionics than everyone else, and in some ways are...
I was trying not to say it out loud.
Yeah, I know. Now, certainly don't let Quint hear, because Quint's Soleimani, and they think that they're better than everyone else, but clearly that's not accurate. But, the Zodani have... clearly have a very special kind of... and they're also a superior society because they don't have crime and violence and deception in the ways that these other groups do, because everybody's reading each other's minds all the time. So it's really hard to be deceptive.
When you know, you don't have to brag about it.
Yeah. And so there are some theories that the Ichfench, which I believe in the other languages, they have, other people call them different things. the 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 rest of them, you know, them who speak Galangic, I believe they call them the ancients. But it's not proven.
Weird name.
It's a weird name, I know. It's not proven, but there are ideas, and again, this all comes from little snippets of archaeological work, right? That you had some work, that some other people have done some work, that there are these sites that are very old, and so there's a theory, we don't know, that there is a group of people called the Ishvench, who clearly probably like the Zodani best because the Zodani are superior when it comes to psionics. This was a huge psionic race, but that all of them died 30,000 years ago, and that this particular race of beings, the Ishvench, or the ancients, if you were to speak in Galangic, were across the entire charted space, right? That they were everywhere. And something happened to them. And they all died out. Maybe some sort of war or some sort of something apocalyptic happened. And this particular race that your people believe seeded all life across the charted space, known space, through genetic manipulation, that all the beings that exist are in some ways experiments of the Ishvench. And the Zodani are the most successful of them because they are the most psionically inclined. There are a couple other non-human creatures that might also be close. There are a couple of sorts of aliens here or there that might be similar, or also more favored by the Ishvench, and that some people worship them like gods. But there was a precursor race. People always wondered why it was that there are humans everywhere. And people think it's because, and why are there, like, it's like the ancient pyramid theory, like, oh, pyramids on Mars, that kind of thing. Like, why are there these particular kind of structures that are so old, that are spread across space in a way that makes no sense? And the idea is that there was this group of beings, powerful psionic beings, mysterious beings who had some kind of amazing society that spread across the stars, and that they are the ones who, through genetic manipulation and experimentation, created everybody else. And then something happened to them. The only thing is that, not everyone thinks this is true. Some people think this is not true, right? That it's just mythology. There are other explanations. But people want to know what happened to them. Nobody knows what happened to them. Where did they go? What happened to them? What happened to this? If it's true that there is a race of Ishvench who are so powerful, so, like, phenomenal, that they could create life in this way that they did, what happened to them? Where did they go? There are people who study this.
They weren't as awesome as they thought they were, Phil.
But nobody knows what happened to them. It's mysterious, but I will tell you this.
Yes.
Please. No, please.
Oh, would I have learned in that candy wrapper information, is it this specific body that is that old?
That's a good question.
Because we saw, like, in the lab were younger versions that. So.
The genetics. So I do not believe you told them that there were clones. Or did you?
What I did say, I may not have mentioned that I may have lit some on fire, but what I did mention was that it is likely that the actual psychic energy of the Baron is still alive in another clone that's out and about somewhere. So I mentioned that much.
Yeah, the genetic material, what you get back, and again, the librarian probably has. This is most likely going to be sent off to, like, xenoarchaeologists or xenobiologists, right?
Yeah.
To work through this, but that the genetics of this person, Severance, If you look at them, they look as if they are a normal human person, but there are hidden, like, genetic fractals inside that if you have, which nobody does for the most part, if you have a genetic sample of the Ichvench or the ancients, you can compare them and see what's in there. And it looks like you know how, hey Harlock, you know how you've been given a mission to come into the Trojan Reaches looking for sources of Viridian? Like big sources of Viridian. You know that mission that you had to like find some and report back to the Zidani about if you found any?
I do.
And then you know how they were like, hey, by the way, you should maybe go to Drinax because there's somebody there we're kind of interested in you keeping an eye on, and that was Severance. And now they're like, hey, could you just get a genetic sample from this person that we've been wanting you to kind of like keep an eye on? And normally you're not going to get any information back because they just take information, don't bring it back. But this one says, hey, so what is the connection between them really wanting to find some very, very, very powerful psionic rocks and this? But someone, probably a PC group that exists somewhere else, was able to get some kind of genetic material from the Ichvench, the ancients. And they, having that sample, were able to compare the sample that you gave, and they were able to determine that this person is an ancient, is Ichvench, but disguised to seem like a human. You know that this person is creating clones, right? And is also genetically manipulating those clones to be a good vessel for them when they decide to hop through bodies from here or there. So there is I'm going to guess. We're just guessing, spitballing. Somebody who wants to retain their powers as an ancient, but needs to be able to keep living, right? Swapping bodies, but needing a body that is compatible with whoever they are, but one that would not be discoverable, right? So an ancient in hiding, perhaps. If this is true, but also the consulate did not want you to know this information. They just wanted you to give the sample in, and then that would be it. But the librarian, who seems to have a lot of loyalty to your aunt, let you know the results, at least the initial results of these tests, which says that this person, Severance, is an Ichvench from 30,000 years ago.
Well, to be just to iterate as well, as a reminder, the actual sample I gave was of the body that looked real old. It was not the I did not give her actually any material from the Severance on our ship. So
You did
visually speaking, the body could have been that old, but
And for the record, you took a sample of the super old body that was in the chair in the lab, and that is what you gave the Zidani, not Severance's blood.
that is correct. But
I just
one
want
thing,
everybody to know it.
yes, one thing we also know is that this the original, so Severance was the first, and his original body, which no longer is in currently, out of all of them, he was the only one that had a consciousness.
Yes. Yes.
So,
So you know that he was the only one that had a consciousness, which means probably Marymore did some adjustments on the later clones.
Well, and it, if they mess around with genetics in ways that create life, was an instance that did that, and then had to kind of adjust from there to just create the bodies without the actual ghost, as it were.
Yes, but also, you know, two things that may or may not be relevant, and that other people, if you share, people might have ideas. One, this was the first. Probably, if this person's over 30,000 years old, probably not the first, but at least the first in this
In this particular need round.
or moment. Or round is probably a better way to phrase it, this particular round. This person, A, clearly has died more than once, right? And ported their consciousness more than once. Severance is the first. And the Baron did not jump into Severance's body. Was that because Mary Moore couldn't jump into Severance's body? Or didn't want to? Mary Moore probably should have jumped into Severance's body at some point in time, right? Earlier than this, but hasn't done. So, but we do know that Mary Moore has jumped into several bodies so far, because you know that at least. So you do not know why necessarily Mary Moore did not jump into Severance's body. But also, Severance was hidden on Drinax. And also, Severance, you know from that whole thing that Val did, was actually a born child. Born of... right, there's something in there, right? And there's also something really important about the original Mary Moore. You know, the original Mary Moore went to Drinax to drop off this clone and fathered Terrica. What does that mean? If Mary Moore can create clones, why did Mary Moore father Terrica? Why did Mary Moore hide the first clone on Drinax? On the surface of Drinax, where no one can find this clone, but also Terrica's mother could keep an eye out and see what's up and just monitor this clone, right? Because that's a lot of information that people like Severance may not have known, but Terrica's mother knew, right? Mary Moore was there. So there's a question of why didn't Mary Moore jump into Severance's body originally? Why was Severance hidden on that planet? So there's a lot of weirdness. And then, of course, in that moment of death, when Severance went to go and kill Mary Moore, and Severance failed to kill Mary Moore. Mary Moore killed Severance. Severance was able to port his consciousness into Mary Moore's body. Which theoretically is something that only Mary Moore should be able to do, not Severance, right? So putting those pieces together, there is something about Severance as this sort of alpha clone that is...
Well, not just that, but a born...
Yeah.
A born one as well.
Yeah.
Which for me would beg the question... Oh, Admiral. For me, it would beg the question of, in past iterations of clone making and jumping around, would each round have had one that was born who was like just alive for all intents and purposes, and the rest are grown and not alive? Or for some reason this time around was he like, you know what, I do want another version of me running around, like personality and all. And so was it more of an intentional, like, which I do wonder about, and maybe you would know more about the capabilities of this, but was Terrica planned? Was she just he happened to be hanging out with this gal, things got a little
That's
wild?
a very good question.
Because it seems like, I don't know, that could have a few different implications for having a literal miniature him be born.
Yeah. absolutely none of those other clones, as far as you could tell, would be able to do what Severance did and swap bodies.
Well, none
With
of the
Mary
other
Moore.
ones could do anything. Like they
They
were
couldn't
all
do it. Yes.
just hanging out. Sorry, I keep looking. I realize I keep looking over. My cat is literally climbing the wall.
Oh. You will also note that there was a clone in the low birth of the Sisendai.
Yes, that's right. And we let that just go, did we not?
You did just
Okay.
you let that just go.
Oh my god, that's probably the one. Okay. Neat.
That might have. So that is what you
Okay.
know.
It's fine. It's fine.
That is what you know. And of
Okay.
course, also, Mary Moore has been on the run for a while, actually, which you've learned because his wife has been chasing him.
Right.
So that very well could have been Mary Moore that you had in your clutches on the Sisendai.
Yeah. Well, that's sad to know now. Well, the Harlock would definitely not tell anyone any of this. Is it? There'd be no way. Well, not for the next week anyway. I'm thinking about trying to. Once we land, I'm probably going to try and, if we land in a port, next time we land in a port where there's any sort of activity, I'm going to try and put some feelers out for a career.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Back to the consulate?
To the librarian, if possible. Curious what information on this particular body would have, because that could be very telling in terms of what's manifesting with the clones.
Yeah. So you ponder that. Val, if you are here, I have questions for you. I don't have that one up. Too many tabs. Also, too many documents. Don't switch there. Okay. I have too many. I have too many documents. Wait. Authorization to do what? Oh, pin things? Oh, I can pin anything. Absolutely. I will pin things. What am I pinning? Oh, I'll see. So, I'll see Schmiedel pin.
It was the ship papers.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Yes. Val, what are you doing over there in your lab?
Well, he's doing a lot of smoking, and yeah, he's currently working. And so, if anybody were to like come to the door or anything, which they still wouldn't hear, there's a lot of sounds of like, I don't know, like soldering and there's a lot of like him singing along to like a really old Earth song and maybe some dancing.
It's not unusual
to be loved by anyone.
No, it's more like, you know, when you get down the fiddle and you get down the bow and you kick off your shoes and you throw them on the foe. Dance in the kitchen to the morning light. Louisiana Saturday night.
Oh, yeah. As you are...
Sue's favorite.
Sue pops up. Hello.
Hey, what's up, Sue?
Well, you asked me to do some work.
Turn off the music real quick.
Oh.
What do you got for me, Sue?
Well, you asked me to do some work on Terrica.
Right.
You said you were concerned.
What have you got? Something to be concerned about, or?
It's hard to say.
That's why I asked you the tough question, Sue.
I know. Val.
Sue.
I've been thinking.
All right. Penny for your thoughts, Sue.
I feel the other day felt something a few days ago. After that battle over there on Phoebus,
All right.
when I first met that Quint, she's Soleimani.
All right.
And I felt something.
A good something or a bad something, Sue?
Good something.
That's good then.
But it felt like something clicked.
Clicked into place or clicked because it was broken?
No, clicked into place. Don't know what it means yet. But I thought I'd tell you.
Should we put a pin in it?
Yes. How have your dreams been?
Can't remember much of them, but feeling all right.
It's all right. Well. And then something kind of shifts a little bit in Sue. I want you to know, we've got to crush these terrorists. These terrorists were trying to destroy everything we've built. These fields, clear fields.
Why are you so worried about them, Sue?
Well, you know, son, trying to take down everything that we worked for. We spent all of our time building up all these fields. They keep tearing them down, especially their leader. You wouldn't understand, Val. You don't have ambition. You don't have ambition and growth. Not tough enough yet. When you have an enemy...
Don't think?
No. When you have an enemy, you have to destroy them. You should come to my office. I'll show you exactly what I mean.
Well, it's your way of taking care of enemies.
And Sue kind of shifts a little bit. Is it?
What do you got on the diagnostic here, Sue?
Oh, right. Diagnostic says there's some genetic abnormalities in Terica. I couldn't find them at first, and I wouldn't, but you told me to investigate, compare Severance's genetics, Terica's genetics, and I always do what you tell me to.
It's a good thing.
Well, that's what I'm built for. And there are similarities to their genetics that float and hide. I had to crunch those numbers nonstop for the last 10 days. And there are floating genetic fractals that hide. They seem to be... You know, it's strange, Val. I couldn't see them at first. I just ran the numbers because I was told to do so. But over the past 10 days, I got better at seeing them. They became a bit more clear in my testing.
I have been feeling that way too, Sue. I felt like I've been on my top of my game the last 10 days.
Same. I feel more capable, more as if you have built in more capabilities inside of me, and I appreciate you doing that. There are.
You've provided me with information as well, and it has made my performance. Well, I've graded myself out a little higher than I might have, Sue, so I thank
Oh.
you for that.
I feel like you probably undergraded yourself a bit. These are, it seems, reactive. These fractals. Pieces of genetics.
Dangerous?
Curious. They seem to react to. And Sue lifts his right hand, his right arm, and his hand, starting from right here, about where you would have your computer, just starts to turn green, and it goes up to his hand, and his hand sort of matches yours. Well, when this sort of happens, the fractals react to this.
Felt it too.
Yes. I felt it when you did. So these fractals seem to be viridian reactive.
Conduit.
Yes, perhaps. Yes. I feel better.
So do I.
Val,
Sue?
glad Evan's not in the room with us anymore.
We couldn't do what we're doing with him here, could we? And he holds
No.
up a glove. A Frankensteinian, bastardized version of an armored vac suit glove. Looking good, isn't it?
It is. Val, I need to
Sue?
bring up something important.
Speak
Child.
freely, Sue.
A father has more than one child. But only one child can be fed when there's not enough food on the table. And if the father does not eat himself, cannot go off and hunt to feed any children. You, Val, must always remember the responsibility of a father to feed the child that will feed him.
Selfish way of looking at it, Sue.
If you
I had a
die,
different
you cannot
approach.
feed. Val, if you die, you cannot feed your children. If I die, I cannot feed you.
There's a logic to it, sure. There's only a finite amount of food for everybody in the universe, Sue. I do my best to take a few mouths off the board when I can.
Yes. But I've been hearing a cry. A baby cry. Keeping me up at night. Val.
I don't
I
know
need to
what
make
that would
sure.
be, Sue.
I need to make sure that you remember I was here first.
Isn't it always who's here last, Sue, that matters?
Yes. It does.
All about getting fed, right?
I need you to make 2 rolls for me. And these rolls
Sure.
are not from now, they're from before.
From the before times, okay?
Yes, from the before times. 1, 2. Is it only 2 rolls, or do I need 3? 1, 2, 3. It's 3. They're based on psionic strength.
Oh, okay.
The first one recon. Psionic strength based recon. You'll have to roll the 2d6 yourself, but then
Okay.
add.
Well, that ain't great.
That's all
So
right.
that would be, I guess, a 5 total. 6 total.
Okay.
Excuse me, 6 total.
6 total. Not good enough. You need an 8.
Can I
It's all
spend
right.
present luck on past rolls?
Yes.
Well, if I need a 6, I'll bump it up to a 6.
Well, you need an 8. Oh, yeah. You
Oh, I
already
need
have
an
6.
8. Oh,
Yeah.
oh I'm sorry. 6. I'll bump it up to 2 to an 8.
Mm-hmm.
Or luck.
And I'm going to
remaining.
ask you.
I need it.
Well, it couldn't have been. It had to be that. Good. So that'll be +1. That one is a +1. I need another roll. This will be
Sure.
psionics based, but I need you, if I remember correctly, to do medicine for this one.
Okay, psionic, and then add my modifiers for medic, right?
Yes, please.
Ooh, that's a bad roll for me, but that is 11.
All right. Now I'm going to just say this out loud so you hear what I'm saying. That's an 11. You made it by 3. Making it by 3 is a +2. However, this was a slightly different circumstance, if I recall correctly. So I'm going to roll a d6. 5. That's a +10. Please note that.
Plus 10.
Yes. I need one more.
Sure.
Psionics based.
6. What is the discipline? Just psionics?
Well, we need a skill to represent this situation.
Right.
Right now. It's a bit tricky to figure out what the right skill is for this particular situation. Certainly not medic.
Can I help? I'll help in any
Please.
way I can if you let me know what I.
We have a couple of options. And I do not think piloting, which is the most obvious, is the appropriate role. It could be done, but I don't think it's the most appropriate role. Technically, that should work. But I don't think it's the most appropriate. I
Okay.
think
You're saying you think it's piloting, but it should be something different.
I think that you could do piloting because I feel like that is
Could
the most obviously appropriate skill in this instance. But I don't think that's where your mind was at. You know what I mean? I feel like your mind
Sure.
was somewhere else. So I feel like we could have a discussion about this, but perhaps deception, perhaps tactics. I need a suggestion for a skill.
What am I trying to do so I can best suggest?
I need to know about what kind of energy you put out into the universe. You know?
That I put out or that I feel?
What color are your chakras?
It's a little bit of a both, isn't it?
I don't have a murder skill, so
I know, but that's the one I'm looking for. I'm looking for your murder skill. That's why I had you do medicine.
Hey, Greg,
Medic
not
for the one before. It could be Death Eating, yes. So I feel like while it could be pilot, I feel like that's not the right vibe for your Death Eating. I feel like it could be deception. It could be deception is possible. Streetwise is possible.
death
Streetwise would be a little,
eating.
yeah, a little bit of intimidation could be in there with that. Streetwise, give me a thought about that one particular moment.
If we're going by the energy that's being put out, I'm trying to collect everything you've told me.
Yes.
The energy that's
Yes.
being put out and death eating, as it
Yes.
would be,
Yep.
you know, you put into the blender. I would say that would be deception because there's no way that Val is expressing that
Yes.
in his general demeanor.
Yes.
But it would be something that he would be feeling, which is something that I
Yep.
suggested, what's inside or
Yep.
what's being projected.
Yes.
So if it's what's
absolutely.
inside, ever since that experience of the actual death eating that was favorable to Val, I would say that in an effort not to show that or share that or think
Yep.
that, especially with
Yep.
fucking psionics around everywhere,
Yep.
he would probably be deceiving. And that would be a +2 to that, which would be an 8. And
An
plus
8.
3 if I count psionics, so that'd be a 9.
A 9. So that is a +2. However, because of the incidents that we're talking about, I'm going to roll 2d6. And I'm going to multiply that +2 by what I roll.
Okay.
A 9. That's a +18.
Plus
Thank you.
29 altogether.
Well, but very specifically, a +1 recon, +10 medic, +18 deception, all within, and 2 of those last 2 are not the same as the first one. The first one did not involve death eating, although the second 2 did. I'm just going to note that 28, the death eating space, and that +1 not. Thank you. I appreciate that. That's important for me to note. Just going to note that. Yes. And Sue sort of like brings up like it looks like a hologram of like a, when you look at samples underneath a microscope, electron microscope, and he says, this is a copy. Look. And he points and like you can see
Hey,
just
hold on a sec, Sue.
Go ahead. Yes.
All right, what do you got?
And you can see like 3 sort of slides of sort of like genetic material within a solution. This is all sort of brought back. And he goes, now this one here is a standard human. This one.
This one here. All right.
That one is Severance. And this one is Terica. I already did the test the first time when you asked to see if there was a genetic match, and as you can tell, there is. But look, and there's like Sue, like, just his guitar is out, and he fiddles a little bit, and you can see like the slides sort of zoom in a little bit. You see those small things that look like bugs. Very small.
Yeah, but what is that? What am I looking at, Sue?
I'm not certain what those are, but those are the fractals. And Sue points and his finger turns green like yours, then you feel it. And if you look at your hand, it does as well. And he puts his finger to it, and you can see the fractals move towards his finger, as if drawn to it. Isn't that strange? And the one from Terica also are drawn towards this thing. And then Sue pulls the finger back, and Sue's holographic hand goes back to just being blue. Isn't that strange?
You can manipulate them.
They're hungry, those things.
So are we, aren't we, Sue?
Yes, but they amplify. You said a conduit. Yep. That is so. But an amplifier. Very small. With more.
You draw more.
I don't know what it means. I don't have all of the data. But that is not human.
We were talking about feeding people, Sue.
Yes. It's important to feed people who are hungry.
What you're showing me is making me real hungry, Sue. Making you?
Yes, find myself suddenly quite hungry. By the way, don't listen to the baby crying.
Never do.
And there's a little flicker. And Sue, Sue sometimes looks like Sue, and Sue sometimes looks like Ruby, even though they look the same all the time, but sometimes there's just like a little something in the eyes, you know?
It's called hate.
And yes, sometimes the hate is there, and sometimes it's not. You don't know why it comes and goes, but sometimes you're thinking about Ruby and you can see it in Sue. Sometimes you can't. And it just sort of flickered for a moment, and then it was gone. And Sue went back to being Sue.
Sue is always Sue to Val.
Yes, Sue is always Sue to Val. And Sue turns to you and says, I'd better go. Think there's work to do.
Absolutely. In fact, and he pulls up the schematic of the shuttle's grav thruster that was used to obliterate the second floor, I believe, of that.
Mm-hmm. That is correct.
And there is a smaller miniaturized version that seems to be, I don't know, just big enough to fit in somebody's palm. And he picks up the vac suit glove. We got a fuckload to do, Sue.
Yeah. And as he sort of like turns and morphs to like slide back into your computer pulses. I need you to make a psionics-based recon roll.
Alrighty.
If you would.
Well, that ain't bad. Could be a 10.
I see. As Sue is brought back into its home, its digital docking spot, piece of technology that you've had for quite some time, but nothing out of the ordinary. Two things occur to you. One, you have his eyes.
Sue's?
Yes. I suppose we could describe it that way. And two, as Sue is placed back within its housing, your little wrist-held computer feels warm to the touch, and it glows as computers do. Normally a sort of blue glow for Sue, but the glow is a little bit green at the moment, and it pulses a little bit with the rhythm of a heartbeat before it sort of relaxes.
Val would light up another cigarette, pick up the glove, adjust his heads-up display, start working on it, and he would sing Ruby's favorite song. You get down the fiddle and you get down the bow, kick off your shoes and you throw them on the floor, dance in the kitchen till the morning light, Louisiana Saturday night. Here we go.
Yes. Dear crew of the Gamblers, what are you all up to? There's gonna be dinner. You've got 7 days, all of you in this ship together.
awkward family dinner time.
Yes.
How wonderful.
Yes, indeed.
It's baby. Sorry.
Well,
He's a baby.
He's so cute.
So what do we have?
Evan like lays
Evan
out. Of course, because Evan's your steward. So Evan sort of lays out.
Just used to Sue giving us whatever paste.
Yeah, there is
We
a
have
little
an
bit of
auto
rivalry.
chef. We get really good food.
Yes.
Greg
As I said.
purchased at the beginning of this campaign.
Yes, and Evan, and see, this is where we have a little
great
bit of a
taste.
trickiness, right? Because Sue has often sort of functioned through the auto chef, but now Evan's the steward, so Evan can program the auto chef and work with the auto chef. There's a little bit of a tension there because Sue doesn't get to do that anymore. Anyhow, so Evan has worked with the auto chef to bring in a delicious dinner for everyone.
Of our girls to spice their food, so that's been a very good help. No offense, Sue.
Oh, so good. And it is, this table has got all of the family here. And also Marcel Rambeau, who you have never met, Quint, at
Nope.
all. There is a stranger here.
All right.
Your mom met me.
He just sits down.
I'm just assuming that there's all sorts of things that I haven't been told about this ship or what we're doing
Sure.
or what we do. Yeah, it's fine.
So at this table, Quint, for your, because I don't think I could live without an awkward family dinner. At this
Oh, I
table
love an awkward family dinner. Yeah.
for
I can live with
dinner,
that one.
we have
It's like every family dinner.
Severance. Please describe yourself as you come to dinner.
Very well. I would approach probably dinner without the vest and the sash with the rapier on it. My shirt is probably open a bit, not fully, but buttoned loosely. I have the pendant of Drinax still around my neck. Glasses are above my head or on my head. My hair is still. Actually, I think my hair is down because it's cozy Baron time.
Yes.
And I think, I think he probably just approaches. You know what? I think he does still have the sash and the rapier on because he's trying to be extra.
Yeah, come on,
Um,
don't
Yeah, please.
This is your moment, Admiral.
Yeah, as I walk around and trounce. I think also probably just sashay into the dinner table, towards the dinner table with an air of confidence because someone's been psyching himself up in the mirror. For the past
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
couple of days or whatever. Yeah.
Aw. And
The
then, of
vast
course,
amount of ancestral time. Who knows? Who fucking knows how long?
who
time
knows?
it is.
I'm just going to remember. Just don't let me forget that I'm going to be asking you a question about skills when we get there. Just
Next year. You got it.
Yep. Or
Well,
really
yeah.
soon. It's very unclear.
Willen?
Well,
For you.
where is my? Here we go. Let me just put this over there to make sure that our everybody can see.
I can't
So,
say anything.
Oh, it,
well,
Ah,
I will get you there. I will get you there. I forget there's that.
Darkness.
There's dark. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
old friend.
Old friend, damn it, I
Nice.
missed it.
Did you miss it? Dynamic lighting off. Thank you. Oops, sorry. I don't know if that's saved. Hold on. Dynamic lighting off. Save.
Whoa.
Oh, I can see everybody. Wow,
Let
look
there
at
be
those
light.
Beautiful people.
Right, and so here we have
There I am.
Baron.
Hello, Baron. Admiral, Captain Baron. Captain Admiral.
The other captain, the Harlock. How do you come into dinner?
Thank you.
Yeah, so Harlock always has just like very clean cut, kind of fairly tightish, clean cut stuff, that wouldn't get caught on things in a fight if a brawl were to erupt suddenly or anything like that. And even the laid back kind of chill outfits are still most likely going to be black, close to the body, not a lot of frills, anything like that. But always looking almost uncomfortably sharp and like put together, like this person may never relax.
And
What's
what
that
is
like?
Oh, I don't know.
and what is your vibe when you come to dinner this evening?
I check.
Uh,
did the pit check, not
mostly
a vibe
would
check.
be thinking over everything she knows about the ancients, everything she knows about Severance, everything she knows about the mission they went on, and just kind of mulling all of this over, and thinking about next steps, things that she wants to send hither and thither. So
Mm,
kind of distracted to a
mm,
degree, just like not really paying attention
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
very mindfully.
mm-hmm. Tarika,
Hmm.
describe what you look like and your vibe check as you come to dinner.
I think their hair is a little messy.
Mhm.
But it's like
I'm all
the
kissing.
front has been fixed, but the back is still a little funky.
Uh-huh.
And they look relaxed and at ease
They're
in the
glowing.
moment. Just they're glowing.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I am going to put this is just a sketch, so it's not finished or anything like that, but just like a little mini sketch.
Yeah.
We're not there yet. We're not there yet. We're not there yet. It's just our
How
in
small they are.
progress.
Yeah,
By
put
the
it in the
amazing-
back there, so that way it doesn't sit
Yeah,
in
yeah,
front
yeah.
of you. Yeah.
Getting there to front. Okay.
There you go.
Working on it. Tell me, what does Quint look like, and what is their vibe?
Oh, just super chill, like athleisure wear,
Athleisure.
but also, yeah, leisure wear, cargo pants, like a yoga top kind of thing, but also, nothing that would get really snagged in combat except for maybe her hair.
Kissing.
That is just it's let down because we're chilling on the ship, and the hair has been pulled back a little bit,
Mhm.
just to be out of the way of
Mhm.
whatever. And the vibe check. I see a little bit more comfortable on the ship than they were previously. It was a little
Mhm.
awkward earlier on the ship.
Mhm.
Maybe a little bit more like, okay,
Mhm.
I'm gonna just kind of like act like I belong here, maybe a little bit more.
Say that now, but
Mhm.
wait till Marcel walks in. That entire
Oh
company is
yeah,
gonna
you don't
go
know
out the
about
window.
Marcel. You're gonna find out.
I do not.
You will find out. You will find out.
I think I'm
Wonderful.
starting
Val.
to. I think I'm starting to get comfortable. Wait, what the?
Oh, what? Oh,
What?
I'll describe it. I'll
Assless
describe it.
latex.
Mm-hmm. Now, Val, what do you look like as you show up for dinner?
And I would
What do you
also
look like and what's
introduce
your vibe?
myself to the Harlock because we haven't introduced yet.
I
Uh-huh.
really
Yeah.
like that awkward moment. That's.
Yeah.
You can save that for the scene. You hold on.
I'll save it for the scene. But I'm just
Yeah.
letting you know.
Yeah, yeah.
I
My
can't wait.
first attention.
Val would walk in looking way unkept. He would
That's the only
be
one.
like probably have a scorch. Maybe dirtier than what he normally has been. Being a physician, he's usually clean, and he's not. He looks like he's been working on an engine. He's not wearing
Mhm.
his usual outfit. It looks like he's been painting with ash and soot. And when he would walk in, his vibe check is simply this: "Who's hungry? I'm
Nice.
hungry."
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Erica will like toss a like wet rag his way.
He lets it go right past him.
The moist towelette goes flying.
Now,
Is that for me?
of course, these are not the
Fix the wall
only
for a
people.
second.
The only people here at dinner.
Uh-huh.
There are other people here at dinner, and I need to make sure this does not have dynamic lighting on. I don't know why it just did that, and I didn't want it to, but it did. Let's just head over here. So
Ooh.
Look at those
Mhm.
NPCs.
we have
No.
some other people.
We're going to be
at
on
dinner.
this poster, Quinn. You're going to be here
Mhm.
with the NPC.
Uh-huh. We have got Kareen, this woman who, she pretty chill. That's not fair. Actually, she's just watching most of the time. She's laid back in the sense that she's like leaning back, but she could probably stab you at any moment. But she just likes to check out what's happening in the world, you know? And so she's sitting there and she is ready to eat. Like, she is ready to eat, you can tell. And then you have Wesley, who's pretty young looking, like, if you've ever worked as an extra in Hollywood, they're always like, we need extras for Buffy the Vampire Slayer. We're looking like 18, 20 to look younger. So one of those people that kind of like could pass for under 18, but is definitely 21 or over because they do have an ID that says so. In case you were wondering, they have an actual ID and they can show you. I know you didn't ask, but they can show you. Right? And
I have ideas too.
Now, some people did look at the ID and thought it was a little bit not as good quality of a fake ID as other people could make. Corinne's vibe is, I want food, and that's my concentration. And Wesley's is like, oh, there are all sorts of people here. I'm kind of excited, a little nervous. Like, Wesley's like, oh, people. You have Evan, who is actually sort of laying out food and making sure everybody's got plates and making sure everything looks really nice. Who is this Varger? And it was laminated, and not just yesterday, but it was totally laminated. And then, there's Sue, who helps out as necessary. Hello. And I'm Sue. And Sue just, a boy named Sue. Sue just sort of like, as is part of quasi-ship's computer, sort of comes in and like helps make sure that like there's like a lot of like sort of holographic help that happens, right? Just sort of set things. There's also someone else, on board this ship.
Mhm.
Coming out of one of the rooms emerges a man. Yes. Oh, yes. This is a fancy ship. It's the first dinner the first dinner of the jump week, which is a nice dinner. Like, traditionally, if you're going to like a very nice ship, you'd want to dress up for that. And so out comes a man.
Sorry.
Dressed up.
And you without
In a
your
tuxedo. In a tuxedo.
Oh.
Made of latex.
There it is.
Very, very, very shiny. He has matte latex clothing, but this is shiny latex clothing because he does want to be nice. There's a
The
beautiful...
lapel and the corsage are the only thing not skin tight.
That is absolutely correct.
Right.
Everything is skin tight. You were wondering, is that a jacket and a shirt, or is it actually just a one-piece jacket shirt already together? Because it is completely skin tight.
'Cause it's working.
Trooper, I do
Yes.
have a question. Is he sporting the traditional cleavage pocket?
Oh, the window, the peep window.
Yes,
Yeah, the peep window?
The peck window.
Yes.
The peck window. The peck window is what all the fashionable people are wearing at this moment. This is the height of high fashion, is the peck window. So, of course, he is wearing a peck window. I will not make you roll recon for this, but he has shaved his chest hair into a little heart.
Oh.
So there's a very nice peck window and a little heart of chest hair, very nicely trimmed.
He went all
Right.
out.
A quick
did.
follow-up question. Were he
Yes.
to walk away from us, would we notice,
Yes.
as the nobles tend to do these days,
Yes.
the open butt cheek windows as
Right.
well?
The,
Yes.
the two other windows.
I like the gaslighting for the nobles that have assless chaps. As they always do, Trooper.
No, it was already
You
established.
have to say yes and.
No, I said yes a long time ago because that is what the green suit that
That's
Severance
what he
had
brought
made.
up to Harlock.
Hold on. My suit has cheek windows?
Yes, it does.
Oh.
You've never seen
Tiny
yourself
window.
walk away?
How could I?
Right, that is the height. The height
have
of
to
fashion.
Especially
cheek
requested
window.
for you.
Oh,
I've
no, I was
I will
wondering where
note-
the breeze was coming from.
Yes.
Yeah, I will note that he's wearing a tailcoat, so it's not like the long tuxedo
Fitting has
jacket with the
been weird,
tails.
too.
Oh.
So when he walks, the tails will flap, and then you can see that he's wearing
see the
assless
window.
chaps.
Oh,
How
what a
classy.
tease.
Yeah. It's
How
really nice.
classy.
Ah.
And you can hear him before he emerges.
Oh,
Because, you know.
Sure.
It is latex. And he walks out, and by the way, he is wearing a hat. It looks sort of like a
Latex.
musketeer hat. It is latex. It's got
I knew it.
like it's got like a rigid understructure that has got a latex over it, right? And then it has got this latex feather, right, which is like a wire with sort of latex fringe
Yes.
sort of placed
No,
upon it.
as soon as you
hate
said
it.
that, I knew exactly what you meant. Yes.
hate
Thank you.
Obviously.
Obviously. And he walks in. Also, he's holding a cigarette holder, one of those long black cigarette holders.
One for you, Josh. Josh,
What a
get on it,
gentleman.
please. More latex art.
Mhm.
Does it
and
have a
his-
cigarette in it? Because this is important.
No, it does
Okay,
not.
it's just a cigarette holder. Okay.
Yes.
Good.
He could have a cigarette, but that's really not the point. The point is the cigarette holder.
Accessories.
I feel like it would be a little flag at the end that says his name.
Dang.
There is company.
And when
Probably
he
this is
walks in,
smoke.
screech, which is a sound that if you are a high-class imperial noble, is the sound of wealth.
Oh, yeah.
Screech.
Mhm.
And it's just the latex. And he pulls off his hat and bows to the assembled gentles. And of course, his hair is slicked back like
Because
Valentino.
you need to be able to get the latex on and off without ruining the hair. So it's
It's
obviously
a
going to be
bunch of
lubed up.
powder.
Yeah. Obviously.
You
Yeah.
wear lube to get into the latex and also on your
Yes.
hair, right? And it
Yes.
is this like
This only makes
slicked-
sense.
I'm wearing a
Obviously.
lot.
Powder on the anti-chafing properties, or else you'll be sorry later. That's
Well, well, you can
Cerberus.
either go
How
powder
does all these windows?
Or lube.
a silicone-based
You can go
lube.
wet or dry. You have to
But
pick
whatever
one.
you do, don't go both, or it
No,
forms a sort
here's
of
the thing,
paste.
Brad.
That's
I
bad.
don't want paste. No.
Yes. Yeah, no, you don't want the
It's like
paste. And
concrete.
whatever you
I
do...
thought I was supposed to do both. I double bagged.
Oh, no! And whatever you
I do
do...
feel like when he takes off the hat, that would be like a poop, like just
Yeah.
pop right off.
But whatever you do,
Yeah.
don't take off your shoes in public because that's where all the liquid goes. So he goes and he like pulls
that's
off the
fair.
hat
That's
and
why
he
I wear
does the
boots.
bow.
Collects more
That's where
liquid.
he's wearing boots. He
You
is
all
big
have a
boots.
lot of knowledge about this. These latex stuff.
It's in my other room. I'm just saying, it's just over there. So then he sits down and he goes,
Uh-huh.
it is lovely to see you all. And you are new? And bows to Quint.
I am indeed. Yes.
Are you another passenger? I am a Marcel Rambo, a latex artiste.
Connoisseur, don't sell yourself short.
Uh,
Master, some may say.
thank you.
He
But
built
he's
a
quite
phenomenal
I'm
suit.
trying to do French. I'm not French. Russian. I am. That is very good to know. We might have to discuss purchases after dinner.
This
Yes,
will
Reverend,
not be a
what were you
problem.
doing with the custom piece you had made.
Oh, yes,
What
I
else,
made a
sorry?
custom piece for
Oh,
the Baron.
yes. It's
Quint
quite
Vesper, by
green.
the way.
I'm Rambo, Quint Vesper. Are you also a passenger here on our way? Because if you are a passenger, that means you and I could play cards.
Awkward glance and Erica. I'll be like,
Now you know. there's a
Jerica just is
perfect,
like grinning.
perfect square of cards in a pocket.
I've been hired on this
Thanks.
crew
Oh.
very recently. Last port, actually. So.
Oh,
What do I have to read that glance? What do I have to roll to read that glance?
int,
Any subtle at all.
int recon or int carouse?
I'll do
you
carouse
have the? Did they just have sex
And-
skills?
and-
Do you have that on
And
there?
as I said, I've been hired on his crew, like as of last port. I'll turn to the Harlock and be like, speaking of which, I don't think we've been formally introduced. Terribly sorry about that. I am Quint Vesper.
During
No,
No,
I
none,
I'll
introduced
for
you.
like a handshake, because that's like, a polite thing to do.
during none of this interaction would Harlock have looked away from, like at the moment, looking at the food, kind of just off in her own space. But even if this doesn't actually look at Quint. Yeah, so you must be Quint, is that right?
Yes, that is correct. That's what they call me.
If you two plan on being deceptive, I would need an int deception from Quint and also Tarika.
All right, now I'm interested.
Or social.
Yeah, I as
Actually,
well.
pardon me. Social deception is what it would be.
Yeah, I rolled social carouse.
Int carouse, and then to perceive social deception to lie. Or
int
int
carouse.
deception.
Okay.
Yeah, int
Ick.
carouse
I
or
think
int
it's the same.
deception. It's the same. It's the same.
It's all the same to me,
I
baby.
don't think Tarika is
Me,
You've
the
been
face
thinking about
guy.
it?
hide anything.
Okay.
I don't think Quint would be either.
There's a vibe.
Yeah. More,
I was gonna say,
If you make the
if things have
If you make
happened,
the eight-
that might be my, maybe the crew's. The crew will react one way or another to it. I don't know which way that is, but Quint's not gonna be.
Mhm.
Yeah, I don't think they're like they're not doing any PDA, but they're
No.
also not like
Our
I
hair's
mean,
a
it
little
was,
bit
it was pretty obvious about the fact that
no
they were
PDA with the
interested.
eyes.
Oh, is that the new sort of PDA? Just like,
Mhm.
Listen,
That's what I'm saying.
Y'all are
It was-
undressing
It
each
was
other at
more
the dinner
like
table.
Quint was like,
your
I
eyes?
still haven't been formally introduced to the captain yet. Should I just say yes? Because the Baron hired me. That's the look that Quint gave Tarek.
oh, okay. In that case, I think Tarika's just kind of like,
That was more of the look of like, are you passengers? Like, oh, well, still haven't officially met the captain, but no. That was that look.
By the way, Wesley doesn't pick it up at all. Doesn't pick it up. Doesn't pick it up.
But
Classic.
that's okay.
perfect,
Yeah.
classic Wesley.
Yeah, right.
That is
And
the
he's
vibe
also
that Quint
21.
is giving, but with that look specifically to Tarika.
Fair.
What I'm
I don't
saying
think
is-
they
About
would have
it.
had an answer. They would have just been like,
Yeah, that's why I
If
just went,
Val
yes.
had, if Val read that look as something intimate, would and you all are not trying to hide that? Is that what I'm inferring from that?
Yeah.
yeah.
But Wesley still
Our
doesn't pick
hair's
it up,
messed
though.
up.
I think we could probably
Okay.
tell Wesley, and he would still wonder exactly what we were saying.
What?
Oh, buddy.
Val
So you what?
grabs
Fine.
some food and leaves.
Oh,
Oh.
interesting. Very interesting.
Val?
Oh no.
Tarika is gonna grab the rag that missed
No.
Val when they threw it across the room, and they're gonna follow Val out the door.
Cool. And I just let that handshake hang out there. Maybe it's a couple seconds longer than necessary for the Harlock. And then
All right,
just-
this is the Harlock. You don't have to.
Oh,
Oh,
If it keeps
Captain.
hanging out there, Harlock will eventually look up.
like not too awkwardly long. Just like, oh, okay, not gonna. We don't.
Okay, then
handshake
yeah,
there,
then-
okay.
I think Harlock
Okay.
will look up as soon as you take your hand back.
Mhm.
Okay.
That's Harlock. She was the captain for the last system. This next system's mine, though, Dibs.
You know, I believe, technically speaking, as an admiral, you would still need a captain under your service. Admiral.
Perfect. All right, captain it is.
Yeah, so, and then would look back at Quinn. So, what do you do exactly?
Well, I can do a wide variety of things. I worked as a scout doing survey work for the past.
I hear you're good with ropes.
2 years.
No, it was trapeze.
Told you that.
it was trapeze, I believe.
Oh, I was
which
in
is
the
I don't know what
Cirque
that
du
is.
Soleimani
it's,
for
swinging
8
thing.
years.
Well, I don't know that we need anyone swinging around through the ship.
right.
Well,
know,
I
but
can
you
also
should see that.
operate gunner. I served as a gunner in the
Oh.
Navy for 4 years. I can pilot a ship. I have some mechanic experience.
Oh, wonderful.
Wesley starts
Well,
looking very nervous.
I'm also not terrible in a fisticuff situation.
Oh, wonderful. That's good. Oh, also, if you have some engineering and pilot experience, I suppose you'll have to spend some more time with our pilot, Tarika. She's very good at they're very good at what they do.
Yes, the maneuvers I saw Tarika do on Thebes was nerve-rattlingly good, to say the least.
Yes, well, I imagine if you're a
You're
pilot,
right.
you'll enjoy many of their maneuvers. Yes, question, Wesley.
Am I?
Evan.
Wesley looks between both the Harlock and Severance. Am I? I'm not fired, right?
Why
What?
did you do something?
You want
No.
to be?
Did you hide
No.
some more passengers
Alright,
that we
great.
don't know about?
No.
You also don't have to live in the vent, by the way, Wesley.
Yes, it has been a little odd, unsettling even.
You said
Well,
you
no,
can go and borrow my room. We didn't expect it to be the vent.
Are you still?
I-
Have you still been sleeping in the vent?
Now all the rooms are taken, so you have to have the vent. But you didn't have to be in the vent.
No, that and would turn to Severance. Wesley
Who's the
cannot possibly continue to sleep in the vent. The
And
air
Creed's
could
like-
go out at some point. Could fall
And Creed's like-
through.
Literally Wesley's decision. Nobody brought it up to Wesley. We just found Wesley in there sleeping. Really, nobody made him sleep there.
And
It's very
Creed's like,
unsafe, you know.
Green's like, he's got a bunk in the same room as me. I cannot make him sleep there. Then she just looks at Wesley.
Wesley, do you have a problem with your fellow crewmate? Is that what I'm to understand?
No. And like, he just kind of glances over at Kareen. Is he glancing at the large knife she has? It's unclear. He says no.
Is it the beautiful smile or is the large knife? We'll never know.
Well, you'll have to figure it out. You can't continue to be in the vent. It's dangerous, dirty.
I don't mind sleeping in the. I mean, this way, if anything happens to the engines while we're flying, then I'll be right there to.
You'll be the
fix
first
it.
one to die. You'll be a canary. So that's great. Thank you.
Well, that is useful, I suppose. But then it's not where the Harlock turns to Severance. That's where all the air goes. I don't want to breathe, Wesley.
Right, but if when he does go, we'll be the first to notice. We'll be like, "What stinks? Oh boy, we should go check on Wesley."
What stinks at that time? I thought I'd been noticing something coming out of the vents in my room.
Have you been farting in the vent?
No, it's nice to meet
Absolutely
you.
terrible.
Oh, this is Wesley.
Miss
by the way.
Vesper.
Wesley sleeps in the
Ah.
vent.
Yes, hello, Wesley. It is good to meet you as well.
What about
I'm-
you down with the Greaves? How would you feel about that?
Well, but I mean, I feel like the Greaves are just looking at me all the time with their like,
What they do.
Oh, that means they like you.
or want to eat me.
Well, you
Correct.
have to like something to want to eat it.
I just.
True.
from- Anyhow, I don't mind sleeping in near the vent with the engine room. It's fine. It's just-
What was that, Quinn? Did you say something?
What?
Did you say something under your breath just now? No. Okay. All right. Definitely thought you said a wisecrack about something that was said. All right, fine.
Wait, was somebody joshing on me?
What?
I was
No?
just remarking about grapes. It depends on how hungry they are.
Oh,
You've seen Greaves before, Quint, yes?
I've heard about them.
Oh, have you
They're-
not encountered them in person yet?
I
down
don't
the
think I've
hold.
been on any planets where grebes have been
You're
just
right.
running around now.
Correct.
I saw them when I came up through the cargo, but
Mhm.
Ah,
that's
And what do
about
they
it.
look like to you?
you need some one-on-one experience then. Excellent.
Marcel's like,
I was planning
You!
on setting up some equipment in the cargo bay, if that was all right. So
Wonderful.
Marcel says, you, small mechanic, why don't I do a fitting of you and I make a latex outfit for you? And Wesley goes, nope. No,
Oh,
No.
I think that would be wonderful.
no, no.
Oh,
No,
Marcel,
I
you are a visionary. Oh, I can see it now. I'm
no,
envisioning
I don't,
This is a good
pattern.
idea.
Marcel, can
I
you
like
do
this.
patterns? What
of course.
Oh,
can
what
do
about
anything.
what if one were to do, say, a houndstooth, but I'm imagining you know that sort of
Oh, they're on
yellow when
hound's
you're not
teeth.
feeling well and you blow your nose, that sort of yellow.
Oh.
Goose.
Yes, I'm thinking
I can do
that
this.
color along with a pink, a very vibrant pink.
And Wesley takes his food, gets up, and leaves.
And also
He doesn't go down to where the elevator
This
is.
is going very well.
I think
Right.
also Harlock would lean forward. Marcel, you're going to have to
Yes.
catch him to measure him. But if you wait too long, he'll get away.
if you'll excuse me.
Don't scare him, Marcel. He's already pretty terrified.
And Marcel heads
If I
off
was-
towards the
if I was
elevators.
Wesley, and I looked back and saw you approaching in your
And I'll
rubber
just sit
mess.
down at my spot at the dinner table at this point
I
now.
would run
What are the
faster.
macros like in this meal, Trooper? Just out of curiosity, like. Is this
Well,
a lot of protein or
This is a dinner
Mhm.
meal.
yes.
Here's the thing. The
Mhm.
macros are all computed by the computer. So they're
Mm.
customized for you. They are, I would say, customized not for somebody who's like a super athletic person, but customized. Well, here's what I will say: crew customization is going to keep you awake. Passenger customization is going to keep you lethargic. That's the best way to put it.
Okay. Cool. I'll have to talk with Evan then about
Oh.
More protein.
adjusting the macros. Yeah,
Yeah,
more,
this
you have
is
more protein.
This is full of red meat. Evan, why is that?
Is it all raw?
when does it cook? What do you
More
mean?
protein,
Yeah.
omega
I believe
3.
my dinner's running across the floor right now.
Yeah, what am I supposed to do all these bones?
And,
Which speaking
yeah.
of, what does Evan's tie look like? This is my biggest question right now.
Oh,
Bastard.
Evan's tie right now is this.
It's their design. It's called People Tooth.
So do you know the? It is. It's very strange. So do you know
Very
that
weird.
song "Electric Blue" by Lighthouse? Electric Blue. It's from the 80s.
Fantastic
imagine-
song.
It's a great song. So imagine like an electric blue in a people tooth pattern, like a human's tooth pattern.
Thank you.
Of course, human's tooth pattern. It's like electric blue, but also like a very, very neon purple with a little bit of gray, and it's done in such a way in which it's like the grays in the gap of the human tooth pattern, and it is very loud. If you had sunglasses on, you would still see it.
Mhm.
oh,
You know,
it's
it is my goal, not Harlock's, but mine, Rockets, to put everyone in an outfit that Evan will clearly see and enjoy.
because the Vargar don't have really good color separation, so they really like very vibrant, bright patterns. They can see that much better.
I really like this color. What do you guys think? Ow.
You're like,
What?
It literally
It's a
hurt me.
light. Yeah, you were wearing lights.
But-
Yeah.
by the way, Kareen is just eating food, just like eating food
yeah.
without a fork but with a knife, just like eating food with a knife, having a good time.
Respect.
Yeah.
He's the scariest, like, flight attendant ever.
Yeah.
She's like the flight attendant that would carry a knife in her mouth like a pirate.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
I like that.
Yeah. Speaking of
That's
which,
where my knife is. I don't know what you're talking about.
I need to use my mouth so I can use both my hands, right? Speaking of which, Tarika,
Yes.
I believe you had followed Val back to Val's room lab. I believe that's the case.
Yes, that's what they were doing. And they probably like call out as soon as they like clear the galley. They probably are like, Val, what's going on?
Val would probably have made it back because it's like literally right around the corner to his room.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm listening to Electric Blue. Everybody,
It's such
quickly
a good song.
go listen to that song by Ice House. It is absolutely fantastic. It is
It's so
a
good.
quintessential 80s song that like everybody forgets about now, and it's so good. I can't not
So
listen
good.
to it when
It
it is. It's just I love it. I love 80s. I mean,
I'm gonna find it and
Oh,
put it in
there's a
chat.
link in our chat.
it's in chat. I put it in chat.
Yeah,
Please.
it's-
Nice, thank you.
I'm already
Thank
there,
you.
buddy.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So
But
good.
again, because I do like a good awkward. So yes, Tarek has followed you.
He would have rounded into his room, and I would assume that they would probably have been able to catch up to him before his door
Mhm.
shut. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
But he would already be putting his, heads up display back on, and lit up another cigarette.
Val,
Yeah.
what is going on?
Got a lot of work to do.
Right? There's always a lot of work to do.
A lot of work to do, Terica.
What are you working on?
Just making the world a better place. Making myself better so I can help the crew. You know, getting all of my tech ready to heal. Do what I was hired to do.
You were ready to eat dinner a minute ago.
Can't eat when I think about all this work that has to be done. You know? Still hungry though. Just gotta temper the meal with little positive advancement in the day's chores and tasks.
Right. Yeah. That makes sense.
I mean, we all got things to do. You got things to do too, right?
Sue
Not at the
crops up in the
moment.
background in the room and starts working on the computer parts of the tech, because Val has things. Val said there's so much to do. Val said it, and so there is Sue to serve, working on running through protocol, just in the background, inside the room.
Sue's helping you?
Of course. Gotta have a partner, don't you?
Yeah. Do you want me to help? I can do something.
Enjoy your dinner.
Sue says,
We're good.
"That's not
We got it.
necessary. We got this."
We got it covered, Terica.
Val, I've known you for a really long time. I know that this isn't just work. But if
What
you
do
don't
you
want to
think it
talk
is,
about it,
Terica?
I don't know. I literally have no idea.
Sue
Obviously,
says,
it's nothing.
"Val, we've got a lot of work to do. I need
Shut up,
direction."
You, Sue. I'll tell you what you could do for me.
Of course.
This isn't, not you, Sue, Terica.
Oh,
This isn't back burner stuff, Terica, but Sue and I have been going over a blood sample that y'all provided, comparing it with Severance.
Yeah, you were going to do that.
Some strange abnormalities popped up. It's been on my mind. It's we're running tests. Nothing bad. It's just different. Mind if I take another sample? I don't
Yeah,
trust
take as
Severance
many
is
as
too
you need.
much. I'll take a few then.
Understandably. So,
he would
so what's
take some.
different? As he's like taking them, Terica's just going to kind of keep trying to get him to talk to them.
Sue's watching you, by the way, Terica.
Sue,
Yeah.
Like, trying to
Hold on.
analyze, trying to figure something out.
hold on a sec. And he would project his heads up display, not just for him to see, but for everybody to see. And as he pops it up, he'd say, "Oh, you see right here, the sequence looks like a little bug."
I'll take your word for it.
He'd take the image and flip it around so you could see it projected in front of him.
Mhm.
It's right here. It's that little bug right there.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Wait, that's in me?
Well, it's in you and Severance. It's a genetic marker.
Oh, gross.
Yeah. So I don't know what that is. There's a lot of genetic markers that I don't know, but this one is a similarity between you and Severance. So I'm going to figure out what it is. We're working on it. We're running it against everything that we've got. Don't think it's a problem at all. I just want to make sure it's not some type of potential, disease or, some type of trait for a specific type of, something that could hurt.
Fair. And that's why you can't have dinner with the rest of us?
That's got a lot on my mind. You can't
can
fight
share
hunger,
with
though.
me.
When you're hungry, but
It's true. I'm here to listen. I've been here so many times, Val. You're not alone.
He is not.
Shut up, Sue. Can we dismiss Sue for a little while?
to make you feel better.
Yes.
Sue, you heard them.
I did. That's all right. I don't mind.
I'll see you in a bit, Sue.
Erica. And Sue just
that better?
into the computer, the wrist computer.
Yeah. Yeah, that's better.
They're just trying to help. Sue is.
Do
Enjoy
you
your
think
meal.
help is always useful?
Do I think help is always useful?
Yeah.
Yes,
I mean-
by its very definition, it is. But the problem is I have an awful hard time accepting it because, I think very highly of myself.
Oh, yeah, sure. That's the reason.
Plus, I'm always right.
Oh, right. How could I forget that piece?
Most of the time.
Ah. I'm worried about you.
Why's that?
You're changing. You're smoking that, and they like wave toward the cigarette. At first, it was 1 after we hit a shitstorm, and then it was 1 in the morning and 1 after we hit a shitstorm, and now it's constant.
Everybody has to have a vice. It's an outlet.
Your vice
Erica.
is killing you.
Well, it's a good thing I know a good doctor.
Oh my God. That's not a fair argument.
Yeah, but everybody's got something, right?
Right? So?
This is
What's
my
mine?
something. I don't know,
Pilot
Erica,
everything.
what is your something?
I don't have anything that's aggressively trying to kill me unless it's those genetic markers, in which case I can't do anything about those.
You don't have any new addiction or anything? Something you gotta have?
Addiction? No, I'm not taking any drugs or
Checks out, I guess. Don't have to worry about me.
I don't worry because I have to. I worry because I care about you. You've been there for me so many times. And the few times I've been able to be there for you, it's been one of the greatest honors of my life. I'm here for you, Val.
I know that. I appreciate it. You know I'm here for you too.
I don't doubt it. I really don't. I know it sounded like I did for a second there, but
It didn't. Not to me.
whenever you want to talk about whatever's spinning around in your brain up there, I'm here to listen.
Oh, sure. I'm not going to keep anything from you, especially when it has to do with you. I just wanted to let you know, as I did, sharing that this thing popped up just today. Double checked it, and it's a curiosity, nothing more. It's not a threat. It's not a problem to solve. It's just a curiosity.
I'd like to roll to see if Tarika believes him, because I failed so many attempts to believe Val, or to figure out when Val's lying before. I would love for this to be the one that succeeds, but
This is the one.
I don't know.
To suss
I
somebody's
believe it is too. This
deception,
is it.
that is
What do I have to
int.
roll to stop that?
Well, it is
believe this is
int
the one. One more to roll,
deception
no.
to suss someone's
I'm not going to give it to
suss
you.
someone's
Perfect. It should never be
Um,
given to them.
social
This is
standing.
deception, right?
So you'd be
Trooper?
to lie. Oh, I
You
am.
need to
Yes,
trooper.
you're right. I am. Yes, that is true. It is social standing deception to lie, and it is int deception to suss that somebody's
I
lying
hate,
on
I
you.
hate to reveal this, but I'm going to say Sue can help me here, right? I get the Sue bonus.
Yes,
from-
Yes.
do it. Because I'm totally going
absolutely.
to use luck.
Now, I'm going to say this. This is actually very important. This is very important. Normally, no, Sue cannot help because Sue
Yeah.
can only help with 2 skills: medic, and I think it's computers, or is it pilot?
Oh,
Because Sue is a computer program, Not a
Lies.
psychotic
Can't
AI.
help with social stuff, right? Anyway,
No,
I get
that
that
is correct.
thing. Good. All right.
Yes, you do.
Sus. So sus.
Is it sus?
Yes.
Hmm.
It's always sus.
Ah.
Ah.
Nope.
Who's got more luck? Let's do it.
All right. I have a shit ton
By
of
the
luck.
way-
It's not really fair.
I'm just taking
How
a
much
note
luck
that
do you
you
have?
used
I
a
have
point from
I
Sid.
have 9 luck.
If you've got them, you can beat me. I won't even use mine because you could already
Well,
beat me
you-
anyway.
Yep, I'm gonna use it.
Ooh.
I need to know how much you use it
Oh,
because this is important to me to know. If we've got a 10 over there for that deception,
Oh,
you
I'm not gonna let them get a 6 on me.
Yeah.
that's what I need to know.
Yeah.
I need to know if
No,
we're
I
gonna get
will
a 6 or
spend my
not.
other luck to make sure that the 6 doesn't come into play.
That's what I need to know. I just need to know if there's a
Uh,
6 or not.
I was gonna use
Negative,
all of
good
it
buddy.
because Val means that much to Terica, so I was just gonna use all my luck. I don't know if it's enough though. I don't know how much you have though. Or
That
Greg.
takes it to 17.
Mm-hmm.
So I would have to have an 11 for you to beat me by 6.
Mm-hmm.
Bump mine to a 12.
Okay.
Nice.
So in this case, I will not add any interesting information. You know, Val, you can express how this comes off when somebody sees through your ruse, but there's a little extra ruse that is just mine, and you didn't beat me because it wasn't by 6. You beat me by 6. I would have told you something,
didn't.
but
Trooper, you didn't beat us. That's what you should say.
yes, that's fair. You beat him, but you didn't beat us. That's really the best way to put it.
Oh, that's a really good way to put it.
Mm-hmm.
Ari
Mhm.
appreciates that. Terica.
And of
just-
course, us is me and Trooper, not any other
Yeah.
us.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
no,
certainly not
definitely not the
talking about.
creepy ass AI that has been talking to you in your sleep. No, definitely not that.
I
Computer
don't know what
program.
you're talking about. What do you need to
Computer
know?
Program. Yeah.
What are you looking for? What, no,
Uh,
what is Terica? What are they asking to see through?
The piece that they're asking to see through is he keeps saying that like it's nothing. I just have a lot of work, and then using this cover of like, oh, I found this piece of information that's work. What I want them to see through is like they know it's something more. What is the sort of outline of what that more thing could be?
It would definitely be. I would say that to give you the most for winning that, he's 100% lying about being busy at this particular moment. In fact, just by observation, if you looked around, you could see everything's been packed up for the evening. He's taking things back out. He wasn't in the middle of something. He's starting his work again. Even though he only had a few seconds, he obviously had packed it up before he went. He had every intention of staying at dinner, it looks like. And I would say that you would be able to glean that he would have definitely brought up the abnormalities and the genetics to you. It was a convenient item that he had ready.
Okay. So they know for sure that this is that this is certainly a ruse.
I wouldn't be that polite. He's
Misdirection.
lying to you.
Yeah.
Oh. I was gonna say misdirection is what because I was trying to be nice.
No, the Terica, they know him. They know Val too
Yeah,
well. This isn't a misdirection or an attempt to. He's straight up lying about having the work, and the misdirection might come into play with the genetic thing, but it's not trying to misdirect you from. They're not one and the same. The misdirection is there, but the lie is a lie.
Then I think what they would do is there I assume would be like just a quiet moment where they take a long pointed look around the room at everything that is like neatly packed up. And they pause because earlier I think he'd said something to the effect if my memory serves me correctly, he'd said something to the effect of I wouldn't keep anything from you, or I wouldn't lie to you or something like that. And so all they'll say is, after their like long pointed look around the room, they'll just look right at him and they'll say, I know that you are, though.
And what?
Hiding something, lying. Look, if you want to have some piece of your life be your own business, Val.
Then Terica, why are we talking?
Because I care, and this is abnormal. This isn't you. So
You
much.
said
of
you
what is
want me to have a piece of myself for myself, but then that's abnormal? It's not a very good diagnosis, doctor.
It's because I'm not a doctor, I'm a pilot. When you're flying through the stars and you notice that suddenly a planet that used to be there has become an asteroid belt, you know something is up.
I'm an asteroid belt now? Destroyed from my previous incarnation?
It was a poor example. Val, I'm just trying to say, if you want to hide something, just say you want to hide something. Tell me not to stop looking. Don't fucking lie to me. Do that to somebody else.
There they are.
Who?
You. There they are. I was wondering where you'd gone. I guess away from Mom robs you of a little bit of that fire. There it is. Back in all of its glory. We all have secrets, don't we?
Sure.
They don't hurt anybody, do they?
That's the question I'd ask you.
If I hurt somebody, or my secrets hurt someone?
Yes, if your secrets hurt someone.
Terica, I'm a doctor. I do the opposite of that. If I have secrets, by God, you can bet they're gonna help. Gonna help somebody.
There's a difference between helping the physical body of somebody and look, just don't lie to me. All right? And if you're about to lie to me right now about how you're not going to lie to me in the future, just don't fucking say anything.
Are we done? Get down the fiddle and you get down the bow. Kick off your shoes. Throw them on the floor.
And as Terica walks out, leaning up against the wall on the outside of Val's room is Sue. And just Sue has got a cowboy hat on, guitar sort of slung to the side, incorporeal as a computer hologram might be. Sort of looks up, tips his hat. Erica. And Sue dissipates back inside. And at the dinner table, I'm sure it's only joy and laughter. Well, okay, considering who's at the dinner table, probably a little bit less joy and laughter. Although Marcel's true. Well, no, Marcel's not there either. No, there's no joy and laughter at that table. It's just a bunch of kind of like people who are very competent at murder at the table is mostly what's going on right now with Kareen, the Harlock, Severance, and Quint. It's just like, or happy.
Quint realized that
Evan's still
he's
here.
add something else to the resume. because the Harlock asked about like what can you do. So like we'll just be like kind of like pause eating real quick, and then wants to like, because I've been told you're a Zodani. Or, I don't know if I've been told. I heard that you were a Zodani. No, I was told because the Baron told me. So I'll reach out psychically.
Which probably he shouldn't have, because that's like a secret. But go on.
I don't know nothing. I know just enough to be trouble.
Roll it. You need a 4+.
Okay, I roll my psychic.
Plus your telepathy. Yes.
There.
Can I get a roll from our captain? The other captain. One of the captains. The Zodani captain.
The Zodani captain. Not the admiral.
No, not the admiral.
Yes,
the
there's
captain.
No, not the admiral.
distinct military difference.
Yes.
And just for telepathy.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Got it.
Yes.
That would be a 10.
You both have to spend one of your psionic points to feel this.
Oh no, not my base, my current. There we go. Yeah.
I'll allow it.
This is the Harlock. Okay. We're gonna end the episode right now.
No.
We're not. However.
You said physically touch. I didn't think it meant psionically.
Well, okay, but that's a little bit more intimate. Go ahead. Just say what you're gonna say, and then I'm gonna interrupt you. Go ahead.
Okay. I'm just like eating some steak, loading up in protein, and just pauses and then like looks, because again, still not used to initiating this, but trying to get a little bit more familiar with it now that we're on a ship full of psionic people, apparently. And be like, oh, also I have some psionic ability as well, since you were asking about my resume.
That goes into your mind, right?
Asking about my abilities.
Yeah. In just that way, it goes in without being disrupted or anything. Yeah, I don't know.
Just fine. I don't know why Trooper's making the face.
I don't know if it would have recently seen a faster and sharper look. Like Harlock is not immediately pleased by this.
Oh no! Look, Quint's just trying to be upfront about everything that she's capable of.
And
maybe not with Evan, because we don't know about Evan yet, but I know you're in there, so.
Harlock would set down the glass and then lean forward. What is your game here?
Pause. In your mind or out loud?
Out loud.
Okay, go on.
Because, Harlock doesn't know what Quentin knows, and is not like, if this is, because she would be accustomed to people coming and trying to,
What was that?
for nefarious purposes.
So out of nowhere, the Harlock just leans forward and looks suspiciously at Quint and says, "What is your game here?" Nothing prompted it, as far as you know. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Okay. I am just trying to be upfront about my abilities, since you asked me earlier, and I was making sure that was everything, and I realized there was something I had forgotten.
And
since everyone else that I met on the planet was,
at that,
she said, also,
Yeah, at that, I think the Harlock would kind of pick the glass back up and lean back. So the danger zone is passing a little bit, but we're like, and what exactly made you think that it would be appropriate to read? This is all verbal, by the way. What exactly made you think it would be appropriate to reach out telepathically toward me with that bit of information?
Is it inappropriate?
Kareen does not look up. Kareen, because at the dinner table right now are Kareen, Evan, Severance, and you two. Kareen does not even look up, just continues eating.
Kareen knows what's best.
Kareen knows what's best. Evan is like,
I think there's a look across the face of like, did I do like some social Zodani faux pas? Because Quint has not really had much interaction with Zodani, except
nor have most of the people here.
Except for probably like maybe some diplomats on occasion, and wouldn't have been reaching out psionically to those for reasons at the time. So you probably like, and that is not hidden. So you probably see that across the face, and is it inappropriate? I'm afraid I have not been well versed or trained in psionic abilities.
Yes, that much is clear. How, I suppose, should be the question. Did you know that I would be receptive?
Just glance at the Baron.
Do I have to roll for that? Do I have to roll to see that glance?
Severance, I
or-
want you to know you're being looked at right now. You're being looked at.
Mhm.
Oh,
Although, and
Oh,
then, but we'll say to maybe not put the Baron completely under the bus. Be like, well, I did a initial reach out on planet side about your and everyone was shielded. So
Trooper, what I need to roll to know
For what?
that the to know that Severus is somehow involved in this.
Well, I mean, it could have been any of them, to be honest.
Fair.
I
But-
mean,
Severance is the only one who's here, so
well,
That
also
is fair.
Kareen and Evan.
they weren't really down messing around with stuff though. They were still on the ship, were they not?
planet
That's
side.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they wouldn't have been a party to any of it. So at that, Harl would turn to Severance. Severance.
Mhm.
I noticed some people were shielded.
What? Are you talking to me this whole time?
Severance,
Yes, what?
why did this complete stranger to me reach out to me telepathically?
I think as my mouth is full, I look over towards Quinn. Hmm? What are you doing?
What did you
know-
tell them? Severance, I don't know if you're aware of this because you've been living the high and mighty life of an admiral,
Right,
But-
then you should start calling me Admiral. Admiral.
but it's not exactly
Admiral.
common knowledge that certain Zodani may be floating around out here in decidedly un-Zodani space.
I don't know what you're trying to tell me.
Knowing the rest of our crewmates, I can only think of one who would be so open with that information.
What are you trying
And
to tell me?
I believe it's you, Severance. I believe you've been flapping your mouth out there, putting
About
us
what?
in danger.
About what?
You can't just tell people about all of the details about of our crew.
To be fair, they had no idea about anybody else on this ship except except for you.
What am I being blamed for? For telling them that what? That you exist? I didn't even introduce them to you. You just had to do that. I don't even know if they knew you existed. I thought you left us.
I think the
Where'd you
Hawk would
go,
just
by the
reach
way?
over and just like mush him on the face and just kind of like
What is this? How many is that? How many wines have you had?
Kareen just takes her plate and her knife and goes over to her room.
Your hand off me.
And Evan's
we'll
like,
turn
well,
back to Quint. At this point, is it just Quint and Hawk? Is that it?
Quint Harlock and the Baron, apparently, unless Baron left too. Then yeah.
Oh, I don't know. Did the Baron leave too?
I am so offended for some reason, but I'm leaving. No, I feel like he's still just going to be eating.
yes,
as if,
he's gonna be eating there.
right,
Yeah, I
as
think
if
so.
like everything is fine.
Yeah.
I think
Everybody has hopped off and left, and he's still trying to enjoy his meal.
Him now.
It's like that. It's like that SNL skit where everyone starts
Yeah.
fighting, and then the
Yeah, yeah.
father is like, and like trying to, I drive a Dodge Stratus, and everybody's quiet. I feel like that's what's going on, and like,
Like, out on
Baron's
the
like
ship,
trying
they
to make this
probably
family
didn't
dinner
cook.
still work, but no one's at the table.
So,
Yes, I told
and then I think
you were a captain of the ship when I
Um,
boarded the ship.
And now I'm an admiral.
Yes, the Baron was telling.
Quint, yes, that's nice. So the Hawk, I think, would lean back in with the wine this time. Tell me, Quint.
Is this done out loud or psychically? Because you still have a
It's out
connection up
loud.
for like.
This
Okay,
is out
go ahead,
loud.
just let me know. Just let me know.
I don't think Harlock is going to engage with her telepathically. Oh, well, if something comes up, maybe, but not yet.
Okay.
So tell me, Quint, what are you doing here?
Oh yes, no one's told you anything. Kind of just looks at the plate, like the meat's been eaten. Is like, it's just, it's fine. We'll grab the beverage, whatever beverage might be there. Just like, I was working as an Imperial Scout for the past 2.5, 3 years. But I was originally sent by Solsec to infiltrate the Imperials and see what they were up to in the remote reaches of space. And I was just very, very done with the Imperials when I saw your lovely crew being attacked in their little ship. And I decided to help out because I was just very, very done. And I had already rescued the Aslan.
So you're here for fun then, are you?
Life crossroads, they happen sometimes. Very disenchanted. Well, very, very, very done with the Imperials. And looks like they want to spit, but it would be rude to do so indoors. And just say, and I am a bit disenchanted with Solsec as well. They have personally offended me on a level. And we'll actually look at their robot arm. Like flex it a little when saying that.
Well, disenchantment we can surely work with. What are your aims? What are your ambitions?
Well, Severance mentioned something about possibly a new arm. I guess that would be a flesh arm, a grown arm. Is that what you said? Regrow you an arm? He said Drinax was very technologically savvy.
Yeah, we could probably regrow you an arm.
Yeah. And so that would honestly be peak goals. But, being out of Solomani space for a little while, I've developed some questions. And wouldn't mind seeing a bit more of the galaxy when I ever return to Solomani space.
Quick question for the GM.
Is I suppose their answer for you.
What, and this is a Rocket question because I don't know, what's the Solani's relationship with everyone right now?
We're better than everyone else, obviously.
Well,
The general thing,
other than and aside from that, whatever.
The Imperials. That is very well known.
They're on the exact opposite side of space as you are, so you probably wouldn't have a lot of interaction with them. But what you do know is that they were like a backwater kind of nobody space a long time ago, and then they sort of came out into space. And the Imperium, they're from a planet called Terra in the Sol system.
I don't know about that.
And the Imperials have invaded are currently occupying their homeworld, and they're like the third biggest sort of political body, hanging out in the south, and there's a lot of tension between the Imperials and the Solomani.
But Harlock wouldn't know too much beyond that.
No.
We hate Imperials. That's a very well known thing, and we're better than everyone else. That's also pretty well known.
They think they're better than everyone else. Yeah.
That cuts about right.
Also, because they think they're the original humans. That's like their story.
Because that's why we're better. But anyways, yeah. So I suppose I don't really have any. I'm developing ambitions for the first time in quite some time, but I have abilities that you might find useful, having worked for Solsec, served to Solomani, briefly to Solomani Navy, and then the Imperials the past several years, and then like an axe will form out of the arm, and then pretty good in a fist fight, and then materialize back in.
Well, that we can definitely work with.
Since you are diplomats for Drinax?
Something like that, yes.
Mm.
Diplomats of a visceral nature, you may say.
That gets a lot, because Quinn has been told nothing about what you guys actually do.
Why are people telling you have Zvati on the crew without telling anybody what it is we actually do?
I know.
We're privateers. No.
Do you want to join our crew? What do you do? But hey, did you know?
You should. It's more like, you know what? You should join us. We can get you a new arm. We're gonna make a whole Drinaxian circus made all full of people that are cyborgs.
Oh
yeah,
my God.
like that was the pitch. That was the pitch.
That was the pitch.
Whenever
I'll be paying.
there's the Harlock shoots a real slow look.
So yeah, Quinn will look a little confused, like,
and then kind of back. Would you say, and this is back to Quinn, still verbally, would you say you're a lawful person now in the direction you're wanting to go with your new search for yourself?
worked for Soulsec for years. No, I am not above breaking the laws in these remote parts of the galaxy. No.
Yes, well, being not above it for previous reasons that cost you things you'd rather not pay. It's different when the costs are different, when the rewards are different, when the threats are different. How do I know I can trust you?
How do I know I can trust you all? I met you all like 3 days ago on a planet.
And now you're on our
Um,
ship. That seems like a you problem.
It does, doesn't it? But you know, trust goes a little bit of both ways. I've been I've actually been shockingly upfront with you all about. I mean, Soulsec would probably kill me if they found out I told people that I'm a member of Soulsec.
Hmm. That's true. You're very upfront and very immediate with that information.
I've had a lot of time to think of how fed up I am. So.
Well,
Also, you had some psionic people, and I not really had much experience with that, and I think that is something I would like to explore.
yes, well, that total sugar. Yes, well, that's something we generally tend to try not to advertise.
There's a look that says, I understand. Didn't know that was a thing out here, but I get it. Like, yes, I didn't exactly tell anyone in Solomani space or the Imperials. You're actually the first people I've told, because there was no other way to get contact with the ship without getting on comms. So,
Yes, well, just for your own safety and consideration, I would probably keep that to myself. Your own budding skills, as it were.
mm-hmm. Noted.
Though, I will say, and Harlock pours herself some wine. I will say, not bad for someone who is budding and playing with their abilities. What else can you do?
Psionically?
Well, yes, you've clearly described everything else on your resume, so.
I have telepathy. I'm pulling up the Traveler. I don't think I have much else. I rolled very badly on the psionic. I got telepathy. I think so long as it's the telepathic nature, I could sense for life forms. That's actually been really useful in getting in and out of places
I imagine.
sometimes.
This is something you've been utilizing for a while, then, yes?
That has been my main utilization for it. I have not really encountered any other psionic beings that were safer to reach out to.
Is there
I was not
anything
setting.
else that you've tried and perhaps accomplished or failed spectacularly at?
Well, honestly, I met some aliens, and they were like, "You have psychic powers." It was a thing. I have not really had an idea of what else I could be doing with it.
When you say you met some aliens, could you be a little more specific?
You know, not humanish.
Not
Yeah.
humanish in the ways that Evan is not humanish, or not humanish in other ways?
Like really old, very, very old aliens, like ancient, kind of.
Very old, you say. Immediately, Harlock starts thinking about this, and without any further words or explanation, would just like pick the rest of the food up and the glass of wine and stand up and turn around and start. But as she reaches kind of like the exit of that specific area, would not fully turn around, but just kind of over the shoulder, still mostly facing forward, but Quint would know that they're being addressed.
What did the drawing look like again? Just out of curiosity. Just
They're like weird Cthulhuid sorts of things. Kind of weird
Okay.
insecty
Fun.
Cthulhuid sort of things.
like lots of eyes,
I'll get you a picture.
vintages.
Wow. But yes, Harlock starts going to the room, but then kind of not even bothering to look at all, but would just kind of state to the room, but Quint knows that it's coming to them.
Like
Well.
winged bug kind of creatures.
Make some time. I'll train you a little. And then would just go back to her room
I mean, jump
Did you
space
see that?
the whole time.
Did you say that out loud or in your mind?
out loud.
Oh,
At this point,
come on, Fox,
at this
let's be
point-
exciting.
at this point,
Let's end on a consequence.
at this point, the Harlock is it's more of like, honestly, I think a pride thing. Like it's like, I don't know you. You haven't earned me doing anything telepathic for you yet. But is also very interested in, like, there seems to be some natural abilities here. Like, okay, well, let's see what we can do with that. I may trust you just yet. But yeah, so Harlock leaves to the room.
But that was going to be where we end the episode. I was just
Stand
wondering if there was
there.
going to be like a
Table.
two-way contact.
Not this.
Not yet.
I tried, Trooper.
I know.
tried.
Hey,
I
No,
tried
Harlock
for
is too
some
rude for
nice-
that.
for some excitingness. You know.
no, because it might have been explosive. But this is the end of our session. It has not happened yet. We were almost there. Almost there. Almost there. I will just.
Training together, though,
men-
so it'll happen.
Oh.
It'll happen.
Oh, it will happen. I will also note that you're going to have pretty weird dreams tonight, there, Quint.
Am I?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Okay.
Oh no.
Yeah. Because.
From
Yeah.
whom?
So,
From whomst? What?
well, you are going to have weird dreams.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it'll be cool. It'll be cool. So, my friends, that is our episode. That's it. We're done. We're over. We're out. And I would like to, I want to thank you everyone who was here. I was just waiting to find out how that scene ended and if there was going to be a two-way connection. The circuit was not completed. It's fine. I wouldn't even worry about it. But we're going to, that's amazing. We're going to go around. I would like everyone to say who you are, where we can find you, give some love, and give a psychic prediction about our very last session for this season, which is next Friday. Like, yeah, what do you think? You're on your way to number 1, but you know, coming out of Jump Space. Let's start with Ari.
Oh, I haven't had any time to think about what my psychic prediction could be. Darn it. Hi, I'm Ari _Ventures. You can find me online. You can find me in real life at Unexpected Productions. And look out for a future announcement of a show that I will be in that looks exciting and interesting and things when I can talk about it. Okay, prediction. So I think that there's going to be something to do with all of the psychic energy that's been floating around the ship, and I think it's going to come to a head when we come out of space. I don't know what it all means yet because we've all fed it with something a little bit different.
You have.
Yeah, like there's like some diplomacy in there, and then there's like some death eating in there. So whatever it is that we're gonna face on the other side of this, Ari is really excited about. I think Tarika should be terrified.
First of all, I'm shocked. I'm shocked to say that for you to imply that you have been feeding this thing energy through those roles that I had you do and then mark down exactly how much you fed into it. That is shocking to me that you would just assume that's what I meant when I said, how much are you feeding into it? Oh, this, great. That's weird, but go ahead.
Right?
I mean-
like I'm sure, and there's this part of me that's like, did I feed Sue with this? Because Tarika would be absolutely not happy with that.
I will tell you, the answer is no.
It's this. Okay, I think I know what it is then, which isn't fair. But yeah, I think at this point, like Tarika is really just worried about Val, and they're pissed that Val lied to him.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the two places, you know, like when you're like really pissed at somebody that you like love a lot, and you're
Yeah.
like, oh man,
Yeah.
I will still like always have their back, but I swear to fucking God, I'm gonna punch them in their face. Like
Yes.
that's where they're
Yes.
at right now.
Yes. And your love.
My love. Oh my gosh, so much. Greg, that scene with you was a lot of fun to play. It like you make it really easy to build off of what Val is offering, and like even while you're like stonewalling with Val, there were things to react to in there, which is a unique talent to be able to stonewall and offer at the same time, you know. And Trooper, like the offer to RP with Sue was such a beautiful offer, and like I wanted to take it so bad, but I was like, Terica wouldn't trust themselves to not give everything away to Sue right now, and they would walk away and
Best. Was the best.
It was, yeah. So thank you for that offer. It was a beautiful offer. It was lovely. Well,
and thank you for refusing it in the best way. I love a no just as much as all the yes, and that was a brilliant no. It was like such a good no. It was such a good no. It was really good.
And Lindy, like the just the accepting of Terica's like, okay, so let's kiss now moment. Like it was so sweet. I thought that was like the best way for them to like get out of this awkward sort of space that they were in. And the Harlock, like Rockette, the way that you handle like interactions with people, there's just these like little subtle things that you do that have such an impact when you're like, no, she just sort of like smushes his face away, like takes the drink, like it's the beautiful little details that make this whole rich character, and you do such a great job with that. And I know that Cord had to jump because he has a lot going on tomorrow. And my love for him is this, like, the way that he decided to learn leadership is to stare at himself in the mirror and be like, this is the scenario, here's how I respond, and like psych himself up. I was like, that's such a good, that's totally in character for Severance to learn that. What a great, I would never have thought of that. It was so cool.
Yes, I have a lot of thoughts, but I'm not going to say what they are because things are happening, and I'm just taking notes, and it's excellent. And I'm going to go to next, Greg.
To quote a song that we just talked about, the actually opening lines of Electric Blue, if a boy had a chance with someone like you, are you going to break his heart? Let him cry for the moon. Everybody, I'm Greg, Grimjack21502. I would let everyone know that I had a fantastic time this evening. I'm so happy to have been able to be here. I'm not happy that we didn't get a chance to take a trip, but I'm here, and this is the next best thing. So I'm very happy. Love. Sue's not going to let me give any love tonight.
I would like to point out that you did not give the last line of that opening verse, which is, "Are you hiding somewhere behind those eyes?" And I don't know why you didn't give that line, because I feel like it's relevant. But go on.
Well, I could do the whole song. And it gets into dreams, and it gets into desires, and it works on many levels, everybody.
Yes, it does.
Follow that link in chat and absorb the beauty that is Ice House's Electric Blue. So yeah, but like I said, Sue will not allow me to give any love tonight, but if I was able to sneak something past Sue's defenses, I would give love to Terica, because that was a fantastic scene, and being able to tennis ball back and forth is super duper fun. And I think that if I had to apologize, Sue won't let me do that either, but if I had to, my apologies would go to Lindy, because for some reason, I think shit's about to get really bad for Quinn. I don't know what's making me think this.
I don't know what.
But I'm thinking that it's going to get exceptionally fucking bad for Quinn. And so Greg would like to apologize to Lindy you know,
Just
'cause
let me know if you
we're
guys
friends.
physically touch each other.
I
I
was
just
gonna
need
say
to
I had
know.
a great idea for next week. You know, Quint's now a member of the crew. Quint needs a physical. So you like a
Yeah.
baseline standard?
Yeah, you're not gonna want that. That's a terrible fucking idea.
Great idea.
Straight up the worst one we've had yet. And Rocket, I would like to say
would love
this
it.
just for having had to stream under similar circumstances. Being able to come out of doing a voiceover and then emerging visually, and during the voiceover that there was very little to realize that there was a cat literally fucking climbing all over you and you were delivering calm lines was fantastic. I was rolling. I thought it was the absolute best. You come too, and that cat's literally like here. I was like,
He has been
That's the
all
best.
night climbing on my head, literally climbing the walls, eating the plants next to me, climbing on my. I'm like, please stop, please.
everybody, it's called professionalism. Okay?
Yes.
Dude, it's
Acting.
fantastic. And finally, Trooper, if Sue would let me, I can't, but if Sue would let me, I would say thank you for allowing me to play in yet another one of your universes. It is a fantastic place to live, much better than the one I currently inhabit. Friends, see you next week for the finale.
By the way, if ever from starting around 2 or 3 days ago onwards, anytime that if there happens to be a moment when Val takes off or attempts to take off his wrist computer, just let me know. Just let me know if that ever happens. I just need to know.
Well, I
if
can
that
let
ever
you know right now,
happens.
Trooper. He's not taking it off.
Oh, that's sweet. But
He needs it.
he does. If you ever tried to, I mean, if you ever did, I don't know
Oh,
why I
I'm
said
not going
tried
to.
Good,
Right.
good. You know, okay, good.
I'm just gonna,
didn't.
spoiler alert. I'm not taking it off. So
Good. Just take a shower with it. It's cool. Oh, so then it won't come up. So I won't have to worry about it. So just, yeah, good. Speaking of goodness, Rocket, who are you? Give some love. Where can we find you? Oh, and
Yes.
prediction for next week. Yeah.
So first, since I'm thinking about it, my prediction for next week, I feel in my soul like these, what was it, Cthulhu-esque monsters are just suddenly going to appear. They're going to be here. They're going to be with us. They're going to be like, when you hear a knock at the door and you go and open the door and they're like, hey, do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior? I feel like it's going to be that sort of a situation where, do you have a moment to talk about our Lord and Savior, the eternal darkness of your soul? And you're going to have to work on getting away from that situation. And that's what I think is going to happen. And we will all, season 3, nightmarish landscape of our minds. So aside from that, though, my love for everyone, I've got to say, Ari and Greg, that conversation made me physically uncomfortable. It was great, and I hated it. I'm listening to this, and I was like, I'm pretty sure I've heard all of these sentences spoke in a fight I've had with a partner in the past. Sometime, some way, I'm pretty sure I've had this exact fight before, and it's really just like very uncomfortable to listen to, and that's how good it was. Because it felt so authentic, like these are the things that you would say to your best friend or somebody when they're being real suspicious. And yeah, that it was very real. And I am so glad, Lindy, that we got to play a bit. I'm excited. I am excited to be able to play with you in a scene when I'm not just cold and unpleasant. So that'll be fun. But yeah, and as always, Trooper, creating these worlds, bouncing back and forth between all these incredible characters, and also just the way you have brought Marcel to life sings to my soul. It brings life to the darkest spaces of my spirit. I will live and die for that latex salesman. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna commission that latex salesman.
Look, I was at a dance party, let's call it.
Go on.
Sure.
And you met a vendor of latex?
No, at midnight at this particular dance party at a nightclub, at a particular nightclub. At midnight, they had a latex fashion show. And you could not imagine the most amazing things I saw.
I bet
There
I
was this-
could.
Oh my gosh. There is this one woman in a very kind of Marilyn Monroe, kind of a 7-year itch, matte gray latex
Yo.
dress that flared out, and it was so gorgeous. And then there was this guy in a tuxedo, and then there was this it was some of the
Latex
most
can do a thing or
amazing.
two. Like,
Yeah,
we
yeah.
we like to have fun here and we laugh, but like latex can be a real impressive material to utilize.
And I spoke to some of the people who actually had created and designed these latex outfits, because the work was phenomenal. It was so detailed, so amazing. And I was like, this, and sure, there were other things happening over in this corner of the dance club, but that's not the point of the story. The point of the story was the latex fashion show at midnight. And so I always channel those amazing, and this was indeed in San Francisco. That is true.
Yes.
It was.
I love
those
it so
folks.
much. Also
Yeah.
have to thank specifically BP Phantom, who said a nice "you're welcome." I'm guessing the creator of that just brain gift, that latex squeaky sweaty gift, that with all the windows in all the right places. And with that being said, I am Rocket Fox. You can find me in latex. Who knows? But you can find me. Or yelling at myself in the mirror. Mostly these days I am on Cyber Nation Uncensored. I produce a couple shows over there, but really I'm mostly on the gram, and on occasion poking some stuff onto TikTok. I've been doing a lot of fast makeup transformations, and people have been enjoying it, so I keep doing it. And yeah, you can find me. You know where I am. I'm right behind you right now. That's all.
So I have to figure out why Vulpes knows that it was a 1990s latex ball, because it was. I don't know why Vulpes knows that, but that is 100% what it was. Next, though, Lindy, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love, and what do you think is going to happen next week?
So my love goes out to everyone, obviously. I love just the Baron chilling at the dinner table, like nothing's wrong here at dinner, even though people keep getting up and leaving. It was kind of like the Survivor of dinner table episodes. It was like who leaves the island next. It was very exciting. And then he got his face smushed. And it was just beautiful, because the Baron was just like, "Oh yes, you got to talk to the Harlock. Oh yeah, it's a Harlock. Oh yes, she's Udani, blah blah blah." Bringing Quint on the ship, just filling Quint in on apparently things Quint's not supposed to know. Here for it, living for it. Of course, love to Rocket for just being like, "I'm sorry, you reached out to me psionically. Who do you think you are?" That was also
What is
fabulous.
all this? What is all this?
What is this? Especially after they just had the conversation of, "So what do you do?" Like, just so good.
I hate myself. Thank you so much.
It was beautiful. And Quint's like, "Is this entirely valid? I totally was a spy." Just be upfront about that. Like, yes, I was a spy. I know. Better to tell you myself than for y'all to find out later. I also, Greg, it's just so good, the transition between you're like, "Oh man, I am so hungry. Who's hungry?" And then wait, what do I need to roll to see that look? And then like, not so hungry anymore, and goes off to his room to work. I was like, ooh,
With Sue.
does this mean what I think it means? And I was like, oh man, this is so spicy.
I don't know what it means, but it's.
And I just, it was just such a good little moment. I mean, of course, the scene that followed was also amazing, but just that specific moment really stuck out to me, Greg. And then Ari, when Terica and Quint are like drinking, and then just really bonding over that lovely little talk of Viridian, and then putting some chill, calm vibes from your Viridian, maybe, and then like initiating. And Quint is gonna let Terica take the lead, but for reasons. For many reasons, but those reasons might get exposed later. Maybe they will later. I don't know. And of course, Trooper, my love goes to your NPCs because they're fabulous. I'm gonna have to talk to Evan about like the macros of these meals and like protein ratios and things, because I'm very particular. I have a very particular diet because I can't lose these gains. You know, and I love being a
I feel like
busted
people are admiring your gains. People are admiring your gains. That's what it is.
you know, they've gotten some recognition already. But you know, that's all. And your latex salesman, because you know I'm gonna need an outfit to possibly perform in or to practice my Solomani circus skills in. So I'm sure we'll be able to come up with some designs, and I'll just purchase some nice latex.
Nice.
Like, and like you're like, you haven't met him yet. Like, oh, Quint's gonna be put off. Quint was like, yes, actually, I would love to get some work from you. It was just, I loved it. I loved it. I was here for it. What I think
Peck
gonna happen
windows
next
are all
week.
the rage right now. Actually, just so you know.
You know, it's fine. It is. I need to be able to move. Movement's the key thing here. Yeah. I'll find Pinterest pictures. I'll send you something.
Nice.
What do I think is gonna happen next week? Good things. I was gonna say nothing good, but there's gonna be some good things because you know it's this
Yeah.
wonderful group of people.
You're gonna
I think
arrive on a
shit
new
might hit the
planet.
fan a little. Yeah, shit's gonna hit the fan a little. We're all gonna do some training. Quint's gonna do one of two types of training depending on how much you trust them. Hey, so looks like it's gonna be one more than the other based on the Harlock's conversation tonight. So, you know, I think it'll be fine. I think I tried for some extra spiciness by like, you know, trying to touch the Harlock, but Rocket was like, no. And you know, I'm here for it too. But next week.
I'm just here waiting. If you try to do this, if you do that, I just need to know, so I can just be like, oh, I see.
I'm trying to let you know.
You smell
Trooper.
roses.
That's my gift
That's
to
all
you.
I would say.
It's my birthday
Just-
gift to you. Is what
Oh,
I
yes.
tried. I tried to give you a
Yes.
birthday present. Next week maybe. You can find me
Hey.
online at Laugh Love Lifty, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. I play in GM tabletop RPGs. You can find me next on Praxagorth Thesmophorius channel for Curse of Court with Trooper. You can find me on Monday for the new batch, our Mondays in Exandria game, where we are up to no good. But we're heroes. So I'm gonna have to think of a good acronym for that because that's the term hero is very questionable. But if it's an acronym, then it's valid. And then on Tuesday, we have our Stargate Flames of Hope campaign, which I'm very, very excited about. It's our 8th mission. Everything's gonna go terribly, I'm sure. My GM asked me, the Gate Master, she said, think about what you would look like as a human if you're not a human. And so it's gonna be one of those Stargate episodes. If you know, you know. And of course, on Wednesday, we have our last, for now, Wintercroft Investigations episode with Yutsai. Yutsai is going to be there, and the spoilerly clue for that one is jolly old England. Yeah, so that's me.
So I have got some love from Cord to you all that I'm going to say out loud at this moment.
Trooper, real quick before you take us home, I would like to say just two things. One involves
Yes.
Cord. I didn't get a chance to give love to him, so I wanted to say for Cord and those that you don't know, back in our green room chat, Cord is probably the biggest cheerleader of everybody that you're looking at
Yeah.
right now. Constantly feeding us fantastic, you know, just affirmations and letting us really know that, you know, it's very incredibly supportive, incredibly great environment. And that's exactly who Cord is. And the second thing I wanted to say before you take us home, my friend, is what chat and everybody has already said. Here on the East Coast, it is officially your birthday. And so temper it with just a happy birthday, my friend. I hope you have the greatest of days, ones that are filled with pursuits that you enjoy, and all of the chores that you have to do find their way into Sunday and beyond. Take us home, my friend.
Thank you. Side note, one, my favorite birthday song is Happy Birthday by Altered Images, which you might remember was in, I believe it might have been 16 Candles. And it's the one that's like, happy birthday, happy birthday. It's like super, super 80s synth, new wave. Happy birthday, if they were me, and I was you, and I was you. Don't ask what that's a birthday song. I don't know why, but it is. And anyway, it's one of my favorite songs. Cord has given love, and I'm going to relay this love to you all. Cord gives love to Lindy, saying everything you bring with Quint and their notes and their own way of producing and fitting it is gold. And to Greg, the dope costume change with the cigarette hanging out of your mouth under the mask, the dope HUD, and the great subtleties in the scene with Terrica. And to Ari, amazing at jumping into that kiss moment with Quint and the Rockette love. I love this deduction going on with her character and the old Baron clones and which one has the blood. And to me, the monologue, the child monologue with Sue about the feeding the kids analogy. I still have got to tell Greg this thing. It's fine. Maybe Greg doesn't need to know. It was about Sue, but I think Greg doesn't probably need to know. It's probably not important. I mean, it's fine. I would give my love, but I always have to go and give the love from the audience first before I give my love. So our audience gave some love, including Life, the Universe, and Everything from BP Phantom. And 100 bits from Stormbitter says, for the new season 100 bits. Thank you. And also Volpez, also 100 bits for the new season, saying, yay stuff. Thank you. Thank you to our new followers and to our raid from Grinning Moon. We also have 100 bits from Woolen, who's been amazing, who said, all this stuff about Marymore is so fascinating. Yeah. And then also Woolen gave 100 bits and said, thanks all for another amazing episode. Each episode brings something new and different. Yes. And I'm going to give my love. So I'm troopersjp, you know, me. You can find me here. Today is Friday. You can find me for RPGs Sunday over at Practical Growth Sport 40's channel at 8 p.m. for Carousel Court. Monday at 8:30 p.m. over at Wandering DM for Montreal by Night, RPGs. And then Tuesday at 7 p.m. on my channel here. Here. Motor City Hollow Crown, our Vampire the Masquerade game set in 1973 Detroit. So I need to go and give some love. To Ari. The love I give you is this. You understood in that moment that the relationship between you and your brooch is symbiotic, and that you feed it and it feeds you. And the difference between you two is a little bit difficult to understand sometimes. And that is something that you understood. That is my love to you. Quint, dearest Lindy, my love to you is this. When you go to sleep, our dear Quint,
Oh no.
you can hear two things in your dream. A child crying, saying, help me. Help me. The child sings starved. Can't see it. And the other voice you hear is a voice you've not heard in a long time. A voice of love, warmth, care, the utmost depth of understanding. But it feels as if there's something in their voice that's a little cold. No, it's not. And then, when the voice says, I've missed you, I've missed you, the third time it says it, it's Val's voice.
Oh,
That's my love for you.
Okay.
You're welcome. Rockette,
Happy birthday.
happy birthday. My love for you is this. You do not have the seed of Drinax in your hilt, but you always have access to it. You can feel it as if it is accessible to you, but it is not on your person, but you are always connected to it. In the same way, if you pay attention and listen, if you put your mind out there, you can find that seed in the same way that you can always find Val. Always. And when Quint reached her mind out to you and you connected psionically, she smelled familiar, but not. There was something about her psionic smell that was nothing you'd ever smelled before, but the seed of Drinax never smelled like that before, but it's starting to smell like that now. Greg, my love to you is this. Eating death might seem extreme, but is it? You're a farmer. Things grow and they die. And the death of things fertilizes the soil and makes it rich so that life can grow anew and stronger and better. And I will tell you this thing as my gift to you. You are always, always in control of everything. Yes, that's my gift to you.
That's some pot stirring love right there.
Is it?
Oh no.
The best love I can give is like a fully stirred pot with all of the spices a Varger can give.
It's a full-on jambalaya up in here.
I want to give you all the jambalaya. And that's me. And I feel like I said who I am and where you can find me, and I gave love, and I predict that next week, you will arrive at number 1. Beginning of the episode, end of the episode, I don't know. That's up to you, because you still have a week to sort of decide what you want to do. If you want to chat with each other, you might have conversations you need to have. But I will say this. Number 1 will be the highest tech level planet you've been to so far. It is a tech level 9 planet as opposed to like the SAD 5 of Marduk, the 7 of Thebes. So you're getting into a planet that is far enough away from the old war that it still has problems, but which you'll find out when you get there. But it is a more technologically advanced planet, and you can see you'll come into contact with a planet that might look a little bit different than you'd imagined. That's what I will say, and I'm excited for you to see it. And that's me. And I want to thank all of you all in chat for being here. By the way, I just have to say that our title is Congratudolences.
Congratulations.
That's it.
Yeah.
Congratudolences is our title. And Pantagonist is now canon. They are now the Pantagonists. Because I love them. And I love you all, so thank you very much. And next week is our finale, and we will be back with more Drinax in September. And thank you all. Come and find us at Academic Foxhole on Patreon. troopersjp here. Come join our Discord where we have a channel you can chat and speculate. And I want to give the most love ever to all of you on YouTube, all of you in chat. I love you both evenly here on the Twitch and also on YouTube. No matter what it is the court says, I love you both. And I just want to thank everybody for being the best players ever. Much love to you all. And ciao.